Good evening, Milpitas. Welcome to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. I think we're going to have a really tremendous meeting here tonight. It does not look like we have any closed session items, so there's no back and forth. Happy to have you here joining us here at City Hall or wherever you're at on Facebook live stream or youtube.com here on this beautiful August 9th of 2022. We got a lot of public hearings tonight. That'll be fun if folks laid eyes on our agenda. And if you haven't, you can go to our city website, City of Milpitas. You could search it on Google. That's what I do. And you can search actually City Council agenda, and it'll kind of take you right where you need to be. If you're gonna stream in here physically, we'll do some printed copies in the back per usual. With that being said, we'll go to our city clerk, Suzanne, for the roll call.
Councilmember Chua.
Let me get the microphone.
Here. Councilmember Dominguez.
Present.
Councilmember Pham.
Here.
Vice Mayor Montano. Here. Mayor Tran.
And I'm here. Thank you very much, Suzanne. Next up is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And then we have invocation tonight. The agenda, we have invocation presented by Councilmember Anthony Fan.
Thank you. I usually don't do invocations, but since we are reconvening and kicking off the new fiscal year, I figured I'd say a few words. I'm hopeful that together we can be productive and address the many challenges ahead of us. Despite our differences, we are united by a common desire to serve this great city of Milpitas, a city we all love. In the days and months ahead, let us continue to be united in leadership and productive dialogue. Let us embrace the diversity of our opinions, and let us not be divided and distracted by the nuances of political rhetoric, because the work ahead is too important, and Milpitas is counting on us.
Thank you very much. And next is the presentations. I'll just come on down here myself. Okay, fantastic. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. We just have one presentation tonight, and it is in the form of a proclamation. And here in August, we're going to go ahead and proclaim this month as American Muslim or Muslim American Appreciation and Awareness Month. Santa Clara County is a thriving community with over 60,000 Muslim residents working and contributing to the social, cultural, and economic vibrancy of our country. When the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak forced the temporary closure of Muslim nonprofits, community centers, mosques, schools, businesses, and other establishments, organizations such as the Al Hilal Islamic Charitable Foundation, Masjid Darus Salam, and Muslim Sisters Helping Incorporated supported community members by donating funds, distributing food, or by sewing masks to help those on the front line. The city of Milpitas takes great pride in supporting individual religious freedoms and is strengthened by the many varied religious, political, and cultural traditions and contributions of our diverse population, including those Americans who practice Islam. Therefore, I, Mayor Rich Tran, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize the California State designation of August 2022 as American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month in its 7th year of acknowledging the rich history, contributions, and guiding virtues of American Muslims, and to commend all Muslim communities in California for the lasting positive impact they have made toward the city of Milpitas. God bless. And we'll go ahead and move here to the public forum. I want to thank folks for joining us here tonight in person and virtually. We do have the Zoom opportunity as well for folks to call in and participate with comment during our meetings. Tonight's public forum looks like will be 1 minute. Any member of the audience is more than welcome to come up here and provide us any comments you'd like. Mr. Montemayor, come on up. Any item on tonight's, any topic of discussion not on tonight's city council meeting agenda cannot be discussed, but we can connect with our city manager to possibly agendize the item going forward. As you know, all of us here on the council are widely available through email, phone calls, and even social media. Commissioner Montemayor, welcome.
Voltaire Montemayor of Milpitas, following through the invocation by the council member Anthony Fan and the presentation of the mayor. Yes, we're all friends. I have Muslim friends wherever I go, and they're as nice as wherever I belong. Also, us, you name it, like Muslim, Christians, those. We have Christmas, they have Ramadan, some anyway. Yeah, as per invocation, we should love each other, support each other, especially for City of Milpitas. One thing now, since we're starting with this is not too aggressive, but I wish we'll have places like there's no problem of putting up yard signs. Yeah, sometimes we struggle as candidates, so I hope the owners of the house or the place that we go.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay, anybody else here in the chamber tonight? We will go to the Zoom. Let's see, we have a number of attendees. Welcome. Any virtual raised hands for the public forum? Seeing none. Moving on, announcements and future agenda items. Let's go to our city manager, Steve McCarris.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I have no announcements for tonight's meeting.
Thank you very much, Steve. And I will bring the announcements this way. I would like a couple of future agenda items, actually. I would like, with the support of the City Council, a review of the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce request for funding that was previously approved. I would like to request the financial report from the nonprofit Chamber of Commerce here in town to ensure that our funds are used responsibly. I'd like to request a financial report dating back 12 months. I would also like to see a work plan for the Art and Wine Festival that was proposed. And so I want to make a pause on any funds being wired to the Chamber of Commerce until we can see some documentation as to where the money will apply to, as discussed when the money was approved. I also would like to propose a small project at Sunny Hills Park, a memory bench for one of the Sunny Hills four founders, Dave Volberg, and to explore other historical plaques or benches or whatnot we can place in Sunny Hills to remember our history. We can perhaps send that to the Art Commission, actually. That'd be a nice way to get some funding. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you. City Council members, please, now is the time for announcements or future agenda items. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. At this time, I would like to request the staff to please bring back the plan and just share with the public and ourselves. I am aware that we have received some funding from the state in order for us to address bike lanes and our homelessness issues. I would like to just make sure that we have a clear understanding of how that money is going to be spent and what is going to be funded. And so I would like to ask staff to bring a presentation forward. I just want to make sure that the council has directive and the ability to make sure that that funding is going to be placed into max use in order to maximize taxpayers' dollars. Thank you very much for your consideration. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, we'll check in with our city manager. I think we have that scheduled for the agenda next month, perhaps.
That is correct, Mayor. Staff will be bringing back along the lines that Councilmember Dominguez is suggesting to the council for consideration.
Fantastic. Thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. It has been brought to my attention that San Jose conducts a workshop. This workshop is for small businesses wanting to participate in the bidding process for projects in the city. It gives them an overview on the how, what, where, and why. It gives them guidelines on how to bid, what projects are they eligible to bid, and also what are their qualifications to be able to bid. This is in part of our desire to give more small businesses a chance, especially the ones that are homegrown small businesses in Milpitas. It's also a way for them to know payment structure, that they don't get paid in 30, 60, 90 days. And I spoke briefly with Deputy City Manager Walter, and he said he's actually was part of the task force that implemented this in San Jose. So I'm asking the city manager to look into this. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Wonderful.
Mayor.
Amazing. Thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge and congratulate our planning department. They actually recently won 2 awards through the American Planning Association, and it's for their work on our 2040 general plan and our development review handbook, where we go step by step explaining the city's development review process. So, I feel like we have been really leading by example in terms of planning and housing. And I'm really happy to see other cities acknowledge that.
And next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of things. I attended the Kiwanis sponsored shopping spree event this past Sunday for disadvantaged families. And I saw that our chief and the firefighters were there, and many members from the community volunteering their time to take kids shopping. It was really a great event. It's an annual event. So kudos and thank you, Kiwanis of Milpitas. Also, I've been looking at the ambulance, our new one. It's riding around town. It's really nice. I've gotten a lot of comments from the community that they're very impressed, and kudos to the council that makes sure that this was funded. The other thing is drove around by the new fire station, and it's progressing very well, and I can't wait till it's done. It's going to be a gem in our community. So thank you for those that supported it. It's sorely needed. And the other thing is my last comment is I've had a few conversations with some business owners, and they said that there's these attorneys are like vultures. They just go around looking to see what ADA violations there are. And I'm wondering, I think we have a handbook of some sort. We're supposed to. I think we had asked this city manager if our planning department can, when they're doing their inspections, to inform the business community that, you know, they have to be in compliance with these ADA laws. It's American Disabilities Act, because there are some lawyers out there that they're out there looking because they want to make some money.
You're the plaintiff.
And so, yeah, we need to make sure that we help our small businesses. I think that was discussed in the past, but I still get complaints from the businesses that they're just being drained by these lawyers that just go out there looking, you know. So anyway, we can take care of that. And thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Just feel all the positive energy. I want to take a moment as we commence this new fiscal year to give full gratitude and full hearts to our city staff, from the city manager's office, city attorney's office, city clerk's office, all the directors all across the city in your departments, the public safety, fire, police chiefs. We want to thank every single employee, folks that calculate our finances, to the folks that are patrolling our streets at every hour of the day. We want to take a moment right now to thank our city staff and the organization. We are coming off a pretty good fiscal year we just accomplished, and I think we won every meeting, and we succeeded with working as a council to approve all the hard work that city staff and directors, full departments have done. And I'm looking forward to moving forward to having more efficient meetings, accomplishing record amounts of work, and wishing everybody the success here at the City of Milpitas organization. Incredible time. And we're going to have some good times here coming up. I think the vice mayor said Fire Station 2. We got McCandless Park, I think, before the holidays. And I got an email, Alviso Adobe, and that sort of ribbon cutting is going to happen too. So I am truly grateful and thankful for this city organization, for all their hard work and leadership and creativity and just expertise. And, you know, I'm very fortunate to sit here. Moving on here to announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We'll go to our city attorney, Michael Matalapasi.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflicts of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
And we'll go down the line here. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Councilmember Pan.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Myself is a none. Michael.
And I asked Mayor Tran and the members of the Milpitas City Council, please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any parties entering into any contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from the development project applicant for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
And myself is a none. And thank you very much, Michael. Is that?
Sure, let the record reflect there are no reported conflicts.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the reading of the City Council Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous, model civility, avoid surprises, praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic device while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice After making policy on issues, respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with the code of conduct. Moving on to the approval of agenda. I'm looking to my colleagues for any requests. We're going to the vice mayor.
Move to approve the agenda.
Okay, we got a motion to approve the agenda by the vice mayor. I'll second that. And we'll go to the roll call here. Or can we test our new voting system since this is on the agenda?
You can use your new voting system.
Huh?
You can use your new
Okay.
voting system.
All right. All right. This is cool. We got a new voting system and it's utilized for whatever is on the agenda and it will help out members of the public at home. I wonder which residents got the meeting on the big screen. I know a couple of folks. So this is pretty cool. It'll allow you to really see it better if you're at home, and other cities sort of have implemented this technology. We'll call it technology as well. Okay, so there's been a motion by the vice mayor to approve the agenda. I second it. We'll go to the vote. We'll also need to do the voice vote as well, right? This is not the.
You don't need to do a voice vote if you're live and in person. You can just vote on the machine.
Okay. Okay. This is a super cool run through. If you're watching this at home or wherever you're at, this is our first time doing this. So it's on. Yeah. Yes. Yes, please. Please vote. It's on. Oh, cool. Cool. Okay. There you have it. All are in favor by a vote of 5-0. The motion is carried. Does that suffice? All right. Yeah. Okay, very cool. Thank you, everybody. Moving on here to the consent calendar. I'll go to my colleagues for any requests for the consent calendar. Looks good to me. Anybody? I'll move to approve the consent calendar. Need a second. Okay, we have a second from the vice mayor. Thank you, city manager. And we'll check in with the public too before we do the vote. If anybody would like to comment on any consent calendar items, and that would be a good time. See no request for the consent calendar items in terms of comments. And so we'll go to the vote. We have a motion by myself, a second from the vice mayor. We'll go to the vote. Please vote. Okay, all are in favor. A vote of 5-0. The motion is carried. And that's the consent calendar. We'll move on to the public hearings now. Item number 13, the 2022 weed abatement assessment public hearing, and adopt the resolution to confirm the assessment report. And I'm going to go off here the agenda. We have Arthur Belton, our deputy fire chief / fire marshal. Arthur, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm here tonight to discuss the weed abatement assessment public hearing and adopt resolution to confirm the assessment report. Next slide, please. Background on this, adopted the government code from the state into the municipal code of Milpitas. Allows us to conduct weed abatement within the city limits. Since 1976, the city of Milpitas has actually contracted with Santa Clara County to conduct this annual weed abatement on our behalf. The list is sent out for parcels requiring weed abatement and to be presented for a hearing, and that is reviewed by the fire marshal's office here in Milpitas before being presented. On March 15th, early this year, City Council adopted resolution to declare noxious or dangerous weeds growing on certain properties to be a public nuisance that must be abated. Next slide, please. Subsequent to that, on June 21st, the City Council approved and authorized the city manager to execute and sign an updated amended contract with the Santa Clara County. The intention of this amendment was to promote efficiency and economy of the operations between the county and the Milpitas functionality. One note that was mentioned is if costs to the county program are not fully recovered through fees from the property owners, there is a true up that is conducted by the county. The county does make adjustments every year following the engagement of the program and get cost recovery. But if for some reason they're not able to get full recovery through the fees, this would impact the general fund via the unanticipated expenditure reserve. Next slide, please. Actions taken since March 15th. If the public nuisance that was announced to the property owner, the city contracted with the Santa Clara County Environmental Protection Agency weed abatement program to do the weed abatement. In accordance with the Milpitas Municipal Code, the county filed with the city clerk's office a report of the assessment list of weeds abated within the city. The county removed a total of 50 parcels at a cost of approximately $71,000 and change. A notice for this public hearing was sent by the city clerk's office to the local newspaper for publication, and also was mailed individually to each parcel owner from the fire marshal's office. Next slide, please. Next steps, pursuant to the Health and Safety Code, a copy of the report and assessment list shall be turned over to the auditor of the county on or before the 10th of August following confirmation. Following the adoption by the city council, the resolution will be recorded and charges thereon become a lien on the land involved to be collected in the same manner as property taxes. Next slide, please. We recommend conduct a public hearing, adopt the resolution confirming the 2022 weed abatement assessment report, and the assessment list be entered into the tax assessment rolls. That concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions. I believe we also have Mo Kumre from the county program on as well.
Okay. Okay, just got a message from the city manager and Steve.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Tran, members of the council. So you'll notice on the agenda, we have the public hearings and we have a time set for 7. I know that's guidance for the council in how we're moving along the agenda, but we actually noticed the public hearing item for 7 o'clock. So we're thinking with this weed abatement item and actually city attorney with the public hearing items in general, they're set to or move to item 19 to keep your meeting going.
Okay, yes. Okay, great. I'll take it from here. What a beautiful day here in the city of Milpitas. Okay. We are working on, if I may pause you, Deputy Fire Chief, we're over here working on the agenda. Perhaps we may move a couple of things or one thing around at this moment. We're going to make a decision here shortly. We want to make sure that our public hearings are readily available for members of the public. So we're going to pause. I would like to hear this item at 7 p.m. So I'm going to go ahead and just ask the council if there's any objections. We'd like to hear all the public hearings at 7 actually, and pause everything right here. Good thing we didn't open up the public hearing. Deputy Fire Chief Belton, I want to ask you to stand by. And at this time, I want to go to a different agenda item number 19 actually. And so I'm going to pause it right there. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. All right, pause everything, folks. It's your Mayor, Rich Tran. We're going to pause everything here. I want to wait till 7 p.m. to do the public hearings, and I appreciate the understanding. We're going to move over to item number 19. All right, are you still with us, folks? Because we're with you. Item number 19. Yes, we're going to pause just for half an hour, the public hearings. But item number 19 is pretty good. Let's go to item number 19. Let's receive the progress report on the work completed and existing conditions analysis from Rimey and Associates and our Milpita city staff on the housing opportunity zones, discuss project objectives and priorities, and provide direction on key planning concepts and land use strategies. We'll go to our planning director, Ned Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and members of the council. Happy to be with you tonight. I am checking with our principal planner, Jay Lee, and our consultants to make sure that they are available. They were sitting back waiting for their item to come up, and I think that they should be here very soon. Just
So
a
good.
moment. And if I may, we'll need to promote them. They would be the consultants from Rimey and Associates, and then also Jay Lee is here to help with the presentation.
Right
tonight.
on. Right on. We're keeping everybody on their toes tonight. Okay.
By way of introduction, I can say we're very happy to present. This is an initial introduction to the housing opportunity zones, a project that a grant-funded project actually we've been working on for a number of months, and we wanted to check in with the council before we got too far along. The consultant team from Rimey is also working on the city's housing element, and so the housing opportunity zones are one of the important strategies that we'll employ in meeting the city's RENA numbers. And it's quite interesting what they're doing. They've dived into our general plan and found a few areas where we need to make some adjustments. They'll mention that tonight. They haven't done all of the analysis, but they have prepared several preliminary reports, and they will talk about those and then let you know what the purpose of the housing opportunity zones will be. I know the council has spent many hours and many meetings and is definitely, like every city council across the state, focused on the housing needs in the community. And again, this will be a very useful tool as we plan ahead. Let me check to see. Okay, Jay will be joining us shortly, and then we will need to have the consultants from Rimey and Associates added as panelists so that they can make the presentation tonight. It'll be, I think, Simran and Malatra and Chris Sensenig are the two names we're looking for.
Okay, we're just waiting on some technical things. I'm gonna go ahead and call a recess right now, and we'll get the technical stuff up and going. Thanks, folks. Recess.
I believe we're ready to start when the council is ready.
We're going to go ahead and get out of recess at 7 p.m. on the dot. Folks are in the restroom area, and we'll be back out at 7. Thank you, everybody. And we are back, folks, tuning in all over the interwebs. We took care of some technical things and we accomplished those. And now we're back. Thank you for being with us, everybody. I can't thank you enough here. We're going to go ahead and get back out of our recess and kind of do a slight reset to the agenda items. We're going to be at public hearings. Item number 13, we'll get our Deputy Fire Chief back here. Deputy Fire Chief Belton, there you are. And item number 13, we'll start from the top. 2022 weed abatement assessment public hearing and adopt a resolution to confirm the assessment report. Folks, we're at item number 13. Deputy Fire Chief Belton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you stated, this is regarding the 2022 weed abatement assessment public hearing and adopting a resolution to confirm the assessment report. Next slide, please. Some background on this, adopted from the government code of the state into the municipal code here in the city of Milpitas to conduct weed abatement. Gives us the authority to do so. Since 1976, the city of Milpitas has contracted with the county to conduct the annual weed abatement on our city's behalf. A list is sent out of the parcels requiring weed abatement each year. That is reviewed by the fire marshal's office before they're presented here for public hearing annually. On March 15th, the City Council adopted a resolution declaring noxious or dangerous weeds growing on certain properties to be a public nuisance that must be abated. Next slide, please. Further, subsequently on June 21st, the City Council approved and authorized for the city manager to execute and sign an updated amended contract with Santa Clara County. The intention of this amendment was to promote efficiency and economy of operations in the abatement of weeds between the city and the county. One item of note, the county does adjust fees each year based on the work that they do, but they made language in the contract that if costs of the county for the program administration are not fully recovered, this would activate a true up. If this was enacted, this would impact the general fund via the unanticipated expenditure reserve. Next slide, please. Since March 15th, following actions are taken. If a public nuisance was not removed by the property owner, the city then contracted the Santa Clara Consumer and EPA weed abatement program to remove the weeds and abate the nuisance. In accordance with the Milpitas Municipal Code, the county filed with the city clerk's office a report and assessment of the list of weeds abated within the city. The county did 50 parcels in total, costing over $71,000. A notice of this public hearing was sent by the city clerk's office to the local newspaper for publication. Additionally, affected property owners were individually mailed out of the fire marshal's office. Next slide, please. Next steps. Per the California Health and Safety Code, a copy of the report and assessment list by confirmation will be returned over to the auditor of the county on or before the 10th day of August following such confirmation. Following adoption by the City Council, the resolution will be recorded and charges therein become a lien on the land involved to be collected in the same manner as property taxes. Next slide, please. Staff recommendation, conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the 2022 weed abatement assessment report and the assessment list to be entered into tax assessment rolls. That concludes the presentation, and I'm here to take questions. And again, I believe Mo Kumre is on as well from the county.
Thank you very much, Deputy Fire Chief Belton. Mo, welcome. I believe you're here. I just want to move forward here to open up the public hearing. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. If I hear no objections, the public hearing is now open. And so we'll go to public comment here. 1 minute tonight. Anybody in the chamber would like to speak? Come on up, sir.
Voltaire Monte, Mayor of Milpitas. Yes, this is great program. We have to regularly do it. As 13 to 18, they're all mentioned all the important things. This will, from little things to worse, it will cost. It's good, not good. No, both sides, any side will spend from the pocket. It's not good. So at least if we, the public, will follow the city rules, then we will save some money. We will save big danger, big threats for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, item number 13. If you're here for item number 13, public hearing, now's your time. 1 minute. I see no request from the chamber. We'll move on to the Zoom. Okay, virtually, any virtual raised hands for item number 13? Seeing no virtual raised hands, I will go ahead and move to close the public hearing. Hearing no objections. If I hear no objections, I see no objections. The public hearing is now closed, and we'll bring the discussion back up here to the dais. But I will go ahead and make a motion to approve item number 13 after hearing the public comments. Vice Mayor Montano.
Second.
We have a second from the Vice Mayor. Any further requests? I'll move to approve item number 13. We have a second from the Vice Mayor. We'll go to the vote. Use your devices, please. Okay, all are in favor. It's a 5-0 vote. The motion is carried. Item number 13 is approved. Fantastic. Okay, next public hearing, item number 14, adopt a resolution certifying election results and adding property located at 150 Market Street in the Community Facilities District number 2008-1, annexation number 23. And we're going to do a bunch of teamwork here for this item, this public hearing. We'll go first to our Director of Engineering, Steve Erickson.
Actually, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm going to be presenting the item. This is
Thank you,
Roberto
Roberto.
Alonso. Roberto Alonso, Principal Land Development Engineer. So I'm here to present item number 14, which is to adopt a resolution certifying election results and adding the property located at 150 Market Street in the Community Facilities District number 2008-1, annexation number 23. Next slide, please. So a little background on the project. The project is located at 150 Market Street. It is a 2.29 acre site located within the transit specific plan area. The site development permit and conditional use permit were approved by City Council in November 17, 2015. The project provides 213 dwelling units and 3,480 square feet of commercial space. Next slide, please. The lot is, as I mentioned, it's a 2.29 acre site, and it's located at 150 Market Street, and it's adjacent to the McCandless Drive south of Great Mall Parkway. Next slide, please. So this is for the CFD annexation number 23 for CFD 2008. The project is subject to annexation to the Communities Facilities District. The certificate of registrar of voters certified that there are no registered voters residing within the boundaries of the proposed annexation. Milpita's District 4 owner, LLC, is the sole property owner and agrees to the CFD annexation. Next slide, please. So staff recommends the following receipt of election results from the city clerk to adopt a resolution certifying election results and adding parcel A to the Community Facilities District 2008-1, annexation number 23. And this concludes my presentation for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Happy you're here. And so this is the time, the place, for the public hearing related to the annexation of the territory Roberto is discussing. The territory in the transit area specific plan referred to as annexation number 23 to Community Facilities District 2008-1 Public Services. And so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, raise your virtual hand, or in person will receive testimony, if any. That being said, I'll go ahead and move and open up the public hearing if I hear no objections. I hear no objections. The public hearing is now open. Come on up, Mr. Montemayor.
Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas. Yes, kind of conversion or additional is always good as per the study of the engineering department and the presenter. I would say we voted. I believe so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, any further public comment for item number 14 here in the chamber? I see no and none. So moving on to the attendees on our Zoom tonight. Welcome, folks. Seeing everybody on Zoom. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Longtime dedicated residents. All right. Seeing no virtual raised hands. Okay, I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing. If I hear no objections, the public hearing is now closed. Now is the time for our city clerk, Suzanne, to canvass the ballots and to report the results of the election to our city council. Suzanne.
One ballot was received. There is one vote in favor of the proposition. All the propositions have been approved.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Suzanne. Almost as exciting as those Mega Million numbers recently. Yes. All right. Okay. Moving on here. I will go ahead and make a motion to adopt the resolution, item number 14. And I need a second.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Chua. We'll go to the vote. Secure your devices. And all are in favor. A 5-0 vote. The resolution has been approved as the motion is carried. Thank you very much. That's it for item number 14. Moving on to public hearing. Item number 15, conduct a public hearing, adopt the resolution, adopt the climate action plan update and the addendum to the general plan environmental impact report and approve a related budget amendment. Let's go to our Deputy Public Works Director, Elaine Marshall. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor
Yes.
and City Council members. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I'm Elaine Marshall, Deputy Public Works Director, joining you tonight to actually provide a presentation and ask for your adoption of the Climate Action Plan update. I should be joined tonight by Hannah Kornfeld with Ascent Environmental Consulting. They were our consultant team that supported the technical evaluation and technical work leading to the development of the Climate Action Plan update. So we've got a quick presentation for you tonight. It really is an exciting action you're going to be taking, and it marks really an important step in our community's efforts to fight climate change. But it's just the start. Adopting the plan leads to a lot more work in terms of implementing the plan and working with all of the different city departments that have a stake and a part in the CAP update implementation, along with the need to work with our community and engage our community to adopt lots of these actions themselves. Next slide, please. So as you recall, Milpitas' initial climate action plan was adopted in 2013. The council recognized that there was a need to update the climate action plan in 2019, bring it up to current standards, really including considering new technology and new state and federal goals and requirements. So part of the objectives for updating the climate action plan is really making sure that it was a comprehensive update and a holistic update to the existing CAP. We wanted to align the greenhouse gas reduction targets and long-term goals with state goals and federal goals, and really kind of global goals to achieve carbon neutrality. We did want to incorporate climate resilience and include actions that would prepare our community for the impacts of climate change, things that we are actually seeing now, including increased wildfires and sustained drought. We wanted to use the CAP update process and even the newly adopted CAP update to engage the community and stakeholders, really to ensure that they're bought into the process and support implementation going forward. We also wanted to make sure that the CAP was a CEQA qualified CAP and met the requirements for BACMed in terms of those standards. This provides an opportunity for new development projects to streamline their greenhouse gas analysis under CEQA when they can demonstrate that they are meeting the requirements of the updated climate action plan. We wanted to make sure also that the CAP update connected with lots of the other city plans, the general plan update, different strategic plans and specific plans to make sure that we are looking at all of our long-term plans holistically and that sustainability is embedded through it. And of course, really using the updated CAP for communication going forward and to focus our implementation efforts and long-term monitoring to ensure that we're making progress, we're tracking our progress, reporting out to the community and stakeholders, and using that information to continuously improve and update our actions and adapt actions as needed. Next slide, please. As you recall, this has been a long process to update the climate action plan. It started with the council's approval of the CIP for 2019 through 2024 that established the initial budget that we used to update the climate action plan. We began the technical analysis in September of 2020, and that lasted through August of 2021. Along the way, we included various opportunities for community and stakeholder engagement, including online surveys, as well as public workshop and some specific youth engagement through Milpitas High School in May of 2021. In April of this past year, we provided an update to the City Council as part of the study session on that date. Pending or after the City Council study session, we released the document for public comment, and that was available for public comment from late April through June 10th of 2022. And we're happy to be here tonight with the document for Council's adoption and ready to begin implementation going forward. Next slide, please. If you recall from the April presentation, this pie chart shows where Milpitas' community-wide greenhouse gas emissions inventory stood in 2019. This is really our starting point. We are looking to eliminate all of these greenhouse gas emissions by 2045. And you can see the largest chunks to be addressed include on-road transportation. That's the emissions that result from our fossil fuel powered vehicles and the vehicles that are on the road in Milpitas and that either come into Milpitas or leave Milpitas. The next largest areas that we need to address include non-residential building energy, as well as residential building energy. And that's really the natural gas and that's used in our homes, as well as natural gas and kind of remaining dirty electricity that's used in our non-residential buildings. And there's also some emissions that remain from solid waste, as well as off-road construction equipment or lawn and gas equipment, a little bit from our water supply and wastewater treatment. And so really the Climate Action Plan update establishes a long-term plan to address these greenhouse gas emissions with different actions as well as strategies to reduce these emissions over time. Next slide, please. And the long-term reduction targets, really with the goal of being carbon neutral by 2045. We are kind of building towards that, needing to reduce those emissions that I just showed by 36% by 2030 and by 2040, reducing the emissions by 79%. And again, looking to be carbon neutral by 2045 or reducing all of those emissions or sequestering emissions at that point. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there are key strategies that the city will undertake to reduce those emissions. They're summarized here on this graph or this slide. The top 5 represent the key strategies to reduce the bulk of our emissions. You can see the gold colored strategies focus on reducing emissions from our built environment, either electricity or fossil fuel based, by switching to clean and reliable energy and maximizing building decarbonization and efficiency. The next 3 key strategies focus on reducing our emissions from on-road transportation through efforts like facilitating sustainable transportation and land use, where we look to develop our community such that it is walkable. Folks have access to public transportation, as well as other sustainable development strategies. We want to decarbonize our vehicles, really promote all electric vehicles and increase electric vehicle charging infrastructure so that folks can commute in non-fossil fuel with non-fossil fuel based strategies. And then the other strategy to address on-road transportation is increasing access to active transportation or public transportation use. And then the strategies equally important along the bottom of the slide address some of the smaller contributors, including emissions from solid waste. We want to continue to work towards achieving zero waste and having zero waste go to the landfill and as much material diverted, reused, or recycled as possible. We want to shift to clean off-road equipment and lawn and gas equipment. And we want to promote a resilient water supply, water use, water resources. And then also getting at opportunities to sequester carbon, looking at and promoting resilient infrastructure, green infrastructure, and healthy urban forests and natural systems. And then really kind of as a linchpin to all of this, we want to take these opportunities to foster green economic opportunities and support circular economy policies within the city, really looking at ways that we can invest and draw more clean and green technology sectors to our city that can also support our workforce in preparing them for green and clean jobs. Next slide, please. Okay, I think one more click on this one. Thank you. So this shows the trajectory that we're estimating that if the actions that are laid out in the climate action plan are implemented, we are on target to meet the 2030 reduction goal. We get to a 36% reduction by 2030, and then you'll see in 2040 and 2045, because our trajectory shows a 79% reduction as our target in 2040. There are still some emissions that we are estimating, and so we will need to take additional actions by 2040 and 2045 to really bring down all of our community emissions. And this is pretty standard in our approach. We are really banking on getting to 2030 with the technology that is known and policies that we've recommended. We are planning a regular update to the climate action plan that will monitor how our implementation is going, and so that we can adapt our actions or increase the aggressiveness of our implementation if we don't think we're going to reach the targets, and really continue to look forward and see what we can do to meet the long-term goals. Next slide, please. Oh, so I'm sorry. Thank you. And so in April, we provided the initial update to the City Council. We received great feedback from Council at that time. In summary, what we heard was that we should focus on older, less efficient homes and provide education and rebates to encourage all electric retrofits in those types of buildings. Some of the other feedback included that the goals were adequate, but we can achieve more and use more aggressive language, such as converting or looking to convert 100 or close to 100% of the city fleet to all electric by 2030. Expanding on microgrid technology, encouraging more solar, as including through expedited permitting, and then looking for partnerships for more solar and microgrid and or clean backup power in Milpitas. I was happy to hear that feedback. It was consistent with a lot of the actions that are already embedded in the CAP. For example, this action to focus on older, less efficient homes, in addition, in kind of alignment with the actions we've already identified in the CAP update. We use that information to submit a request for federal funding for the carbon neutral homes incentive project through Congressman Ro Khanna's office. So that was a great alignment of timing, as well as having the climate action plan work inform that opportunity. We were updated that that project is making its way through the federal budget process as we speak. The other items also were embedded in the climate action plan update already, or actions identified by the City Council. We are looking at, and Council has approved, funding to support reviewing additional solar and microgrids for other city facilities, such as the Public Works and Police Department site. And we'll be bringing forward some recommendations on how we might be able to fund and move that project forward for council consideration. And for the expedited permitting for solar, our building department's already meeting the state required expedited permitting. And in some cases for specific projects, they can receive permits online. So those are some actions and information on how we've already responded to and have accounted for the feedback we received from council in April. Next slide, please. And then as far as the public comments received, we included the specific detail of the comments that were received by the public in the agenda report. We did get a lot of complimentary comments, folks who were impressed with the caliber of the climate action plan update itself. We did get some feedback that we should accelerate our targets and try to achieve the long-term targets sooner, that we should accelerate goals to fully decarbonize existing buildings sooner, that we should establish an end of flow of natural gas ordinance or action by 2040, or by 2035 for commercial buildings and 2040 for residential buildings. We also received some feedback or comment that encouraged the city to consider ending the sales of fossil fuel vehicles in Milpitas by 2030, or prepare for an end of sale of internal combustion engine cars by 2035. And so while the project team reviewed all the comments and feel that a lot of them were warranted, we did not choose to, or we're not recommending that we update or change any of the long-term targets that were in the CAP update. This is primarily due to the rationale that currently we're not seeing existing technology and approaches that can meet earlier targets, as well as we think that this initial CAP update is important to establish the acceptance and buy-in from our community. We really want to use the next few years to educate the Milpitas community on the need for electrification and changing to appliances that are powered by clean electricity rather than fossil fuels. We think this approach is more systematic and stepwise and needed in order for the community buy-in that we want going forward. And so we have not recommended changing any of the long-term targets or accelerating any of those years at this point. Next slide, please. So really, it gets down to, as I said earlier, once council adopts the climate action plan update, there's a lot of work ahead for all of us. This slide summarizes some of the high-level actions and efforts that we will be undertaking in the next 18 months. This includes adopting REACH codes for all electric new construction and increasing EV charging station standards in our building code. And Bill Todd, our chief building official, is working on that effort and leading the way there. We expect to have some reports and updates to the city council on that later this fall. The other large action is promoting benefits and incentives for clean energy, improved energy efficiency, and electrification of existing buildings. Here we're working with Silicon Valley Clean Energy on various projects and programs that incentivize electrification for existing buildings, as well as I mentioned earlier, we have submitted a request for federal funding for the Carbon Neutral Homes Incentive Program that would bring an additional funding for our community to retrofit their homes and increase the rebates available and really bring down the costs for our homeowners. We want to increase EV purchases in Milpitas and by our community members. I actually saw an interesting fact yesterday that in Santa Clara County, 30% of new vehicle purchases are electric vehicles. And that's compared to, I think, 5% nationwide. So clearly our area is leading. We want to make sure that Milpitas residents are also adopting electric vehicles and really providing more information and encouragement and access to incentives to do that. The next actions include encouraging active transportation, increasing public transit use, supporting projects like the soon to be launched shuttle, and increasing bike and trail use. We want to implement and enforce the requirements of SB 1383, which is a state law that bans organic materials for landfill, and really work with Milpita Sanitation and our community to encourage our community members and our businesses to compost their organic waste. We'll implement the city's urban forestry management plan, including establishing a tree planting program and expanding the city's urban forest canopy. And then we'll work with partners to offer courses and training that prepare students and workers for green jobs and working to bring more green businesses to Milpitas. Next slide, please. So that was just a summary of the actions that are focused and community facing. We will also look at greening our municipal operations, installing additional EV charging and alternate fuel stations at city sites where appropriate, updating the city's green fleet policy to convert our non-specialized fleet to all electric, and working with stakeholders and industry leaders to identify alternative fuel options for other vehicles and equipment that the city operates. We will look at pursuing funding to expand solar and backup battery systems and microgrids at city facilities such as Public Works, PD, City Hall, and the Sports Center. And then we'll inventory and develop a strategy for how we retrofit our municipal buildings and facilities to be all electric. This is an important action as we look at and want to strategically respond to and demonstrate for our community how we can retrofit from fossil fuel based but doing to evaluate and replace existing land.
Elaine, you are cutting out, unfortunately. Can we do the next slide, please? No, I'll just take over. In order to start this implementation of the program, we're requesting some funding. We talked about this originally with the draft report. And it would be $150,000 from the unrestricted general fund reserve in order to support the climate action fund. And I think Elaine is back and you can take over again.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. Had some connection issues here. So thank you, Walter. Yes, we were asking for an appropriation of funding, as Walter was mentioning. Part of that will be for a Climate Action Fellow to support implementation, program development, and community outreach and engagement. And then some of that funding will also be used for technical services to develop our municipal building electrification strategy and financing options. This is the action that I mentioned earlier, where we want to look ahead and plan for replacing our building systems in a timely manner and being able to finance that. Next slide, please. So this brings me to our recommendations. They include opening the public hearing for comments and moving to close the public hearing, adopting the resolution to adopt the Climate Action Plan update, as well as the addendum to the Milpitas General Plan 2040 EIR for the Milpitas Climate Action Plan update. And then the final action is to approve a budget appropriation. We did have a typo in the agenda report. And so what we're asking for is a budget appropriation in the amount of $150,000 to CIP number 3453 for near-term implementation of the Climate Action Plan update. So the CIP number that was in the agenda report that's on the slide 3416 is a typo. The correct CIP number is 3453.
Duly noted.
Thank you. That concludes my presentation. And then Hannah and I are here for any questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, our Deputy Public Works Director, Elaine Marshall. Tremendous work over in the Public Works Department. Really forward thinking projects like this one. I'll go ahead and move to open up the public hearing if I hear no objections. I hear no objections. The public hearing is now open. We're taking 1 minute public comment for this item number 15. I do have the speaker cards. I want to welcome folks. First up, Patricia Sexton. Welcome. And you could adjust the microphone as you need. Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Tricia Sexton. Most people call me Patty. I am currently serving as the chairperson of the Energy and Environmental Sustainability Commission. But tonight I am here to speak to you as a 30-year Milpitas resident. You have been a wonderful city council, and I'm here to support you in adopting this climate action plan update. So I encourage you very much heartily to do that. Being is it Milpitan or Milpetian?
Either or, yeah.
Either or, great. We have generations to come that we are preparing for the climate plan and their climate change. Excuse me, is my minute up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
So in closing,
Mhm.
I encourage you to accept and adopt the climate action plan update.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And next up, we have Sue Codd. Come on up. Both of you can come on up at the same time. It's fun here at City Hall. Come on up. 1 minute each, or you both can combine 2 minutes total.
Okay. We also had comments on.
Yeah. We'll get to 16 next.
Okay. So hi guys.
What's up?
Hello, esteemed council members. We are 2 juniors at Milpitas High School, and we have worked on environmental conservation projects at the school. And we want to thank you all for being so forward-thinking and open about these issues. We do have a few requests for this plan. We would like you all to consider school districts as an opportunity for change. So this past year, I brought vegan lunches to my high school, and I want to include that and put that into the district, because these goals cannot be properly achieved, or they can be further achieved if we include plant-based diets and eating in our nutrition services, as well as climate education. So do you want to?
Great. We'll toss in another minute here. Yes.
Yeah. My name is Sukhad, and I'm currently also a junior. As she said, I'm an Eagle Scout at Troop 92, and I.
Yeah, you know it.
I had the pleasure of giving back to my community in form of the service project that we were required to do, and I built 3 barrels for a rainwater harvesting conservation project at MHS. So the purpose of this was to save the water, use it for recycling cleanups, and I'm happy to repair and improve the barrels as needed. I'm now working with Environmental Society and believe that in the power of education and community impact on issues like the drought, we can further use these barrels as a success story in the face of the drought that could inspire Milpitas residents during this period of need. Another idea is to educate elementary and middle school MUSD kids on water conservation by doing a tour of barrels and visual demonstration. One idea that we want to get through is implanting these barrels in other MUSD schools. Right now, we only have it in the high school, but I feel like with most schools using water for their club or garden activities, we can find even a small way to save water by planting these easy barrels in.
Awesome. Awesome. Hey, super proud of you, y'all for coming out here tonight and speaking on the agenda item. You can go on youtube.com later and watch the replay. You could record yourself on the YouTube channel, City of Milpitas, and then you could put it on TikTok. Right? Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now you're going to be speaking on 16. Have a seat and we'll call you up. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. The public hearing, you're welcome. Public hearing is still open. If you have not spoken, Mr. Montemayor, welcome.
Voltaire Montemayor of Milpitas. Yes, even though I think we're running low anyway on fossil fuel, so it's gonna go and we will have to use chargers, and the impact is 150 grand. We should try and have the budget that one, and the main thing is the importance of the climate action and decarbonization. And actually, it's for our health. And a lot of instant causes of, should I say, part is smog, any carbon. We have detectors in house with carbon and smoke, but still the 10 ways to reduce to make it to offset the problem on climate action is
Thank you.
it's good to have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, fantastic. Any further requests in the chamber? Okay, going to the virtual sky here. Virtual raised hands. Thanks, folks, for joining us. I see a number of virtual raised hands. First up is Dashiell Leeds. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the conservation organizer from the Sierra Club Milpita chapter. We fully support the adoption of the Climate Action Plan. We're really happy to hear Elaine discussing staff's plans to move forward with the comprehensive education effort. This is absolutely critical, and we strongly support the proposal from staff for the Climate Action Fellow and technical consulting services. And thank you to staff for responding to our letter item by item. Many of our comments pertain to the implementations of measures within the CAP, as you noted, and we hope you continue to consider them as you go forward with implementation. We do wish the overall greenhouse gas reductions were stronger, but the measures contained within this climate action plan are absolutely robust, and we're pleased to see multiple building electrification measures on staff's 18-month action timeline found on PDF page 124 of the staff report. So really excited to see some of these things move forward. Please adopt the strongest reach code possible, and we look forward to the decarbonization of existing buildings in our future, as well as potential federal investment, maybe.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next up, Robert Means. And we'll get his microphone here. Robert Means microphone. Oh, I guess he's not here. We'll move on to the next person. Okay, Felix Muga. I hope I said it right. Yeah.
Yep. Thanks for letting me speak, and thanks to the Deputy Director for the presentation. I fully support a lot of it. I am just concerned about what I'm hearing as a wait and see approach as far as addressing emissions now. I think that would be a dangerous thing to do, to say that we're not going to take strong climate action because we want to wait and see what future technology looks like, because that technology might not show up, and then we can't tell our kids we didn't take enough action because we thought you would come up with better technology. So instead, I urge the opposite. Take a proactive approach, like the city of Half Moon Bay, which has said in 2045, we're going to stop the flow of natural gas or methane gas. So start preparing now. And yeah, if that technology comes up, then great, but we really shouldn't be banking on it. So I urge stronger action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, any further virtual raised hands? If you have not had the opportunity to comment during the public hearing, Mr. Means.
I'm here representing Loopworks that has a technology that will actually support the three strategic ways that the city is going to be dealing with our transportation CO2 emissions. And I want to point out that the city of Milpitas agreeing to the memorandum of understanding would be the next step in bringing the $60 million transit project to the metro area at no financial cost to the city and no changes required by residents. Also, approving the MOU will not further delay the CAP's release and subsequent implementation, something we can ill afford now that scientists have issued a code red to us all. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres summed up our situation starkly. We have a choice: collective action or collective suicide.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Any further public comment here in the public hearing? Okay, I see no further requests. I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing if I hear no objections. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now closed. Thank you very much. I want to thank our community members for being here in person and virtually. Climate change is a priority here in Milpitas, and it's a priority for the individuals that showed up here. To reply to the comments from our Trojans, yeah, the high school, I'm not sure, I've never been on the school board here, but perhaps they have a climate action plan as well. If they don't, I think that'd be a tremendous opportunity to meet with the school board. And our city has no authority or anything to implement any changes on school district property. So that's why we haven't addressed it. But there's a Milpitas Unified School District City Council collaborative meeting happening soon, the Vice Mayor and I, and we'll bring up this item for a near future discussion. But you're right. You're right. Great job. I don't have any further public comment besides thanking our city staff, our Deputy Public Works Director, Elaine Marshall, incredible job. And we are so grateful for your leadership. I will go to my colleagues, but I'll go ahead and make a motion before I do that, a motion to approve all the recommendations for item number 15. Next up, Councilmember Chua.
I second that, Mayor. And also would like to thank
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Let me start over if I may. I'm going to redo my motion or make an amendment, actually. Let me make an amendment to it. It's for CIP project number 3453 for the record. 3453, CIP number 3453. And so I'll toss in an amendment to my motion. And we have a second from Councilmember Chua. And so we have a motion and a second. Let's continue the discussion. Next up, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions for Elaine. Elaine, thank you for the presentation. It was great. So I want to ask, I know in one of the goals is to electrify or to put, I'm assuming it means solar paneling our city facilities. And do you have like benchmarks? When will that take place? And I guess what I'm saying is we have so many facilities. And so when will that take place? And if it'll be done by what, 2045? Because that's 23 years out and 23 years goes by really fast. So
thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, 23 years does go by really fast in a blink of an eye. It's crazy. So in response to your question, the goal is to electrify municipal and city facilities. One of the funding requests tonight is to develop, to bring on some technical consulting support to help us look at all of our city facilities holistically and develop that strategy for when would be an appropriate time to retrofit those facilities, when we think certain systems are aging out and can be replaced with all electric options. There's also a separate project that the council had funded to look at a few other city facilities for the installation of solar and backup battery microgrids like we have now at the senior center and the community center. And so we're returning with that strategy later this year to present some options for which facilities and at what cost and what type of financing we can find for that.
So I guess what's the timeline on that?
Oh, for the additional solar, we're looking at
to do an assessment of all the facilities.
We would bring the consultant, but we would need to identify the consultant. That will take a few months, and then the strategy I think would take probably 6 to 12 months. So some more time and work looking at our building inventory, and then just all of the different air heating and cooling systems we have, and what the replacement schedule should be.
Okay, that's going to be
it's a lot.
It's going to be a big number.
Like I said, once the council adopts the climate action plan update, there is a lot of work that comes after that.
Exactly. Then the other question I had, people sometimes their water heater goes out, and they might buy it at Home Depot or Lowe's, but those are gas heaters. And I'm wondering, when they hire a contractor to replace them, it's kind of defeating the whole purpose. You're not really, they're offering gas heaters. Why aren't they just offering electric heaters?
Yeah, great question, Vice Mayor. One of the initiatives we're working with Silicon Valley Clean Energy on is a contractor education program that educates contractors on the importance of changing fossil fuel-based systems like water heaters for all electric. And so it's an education process to get them become expert in that new technology. And so that's something that's underway now. And then with the carbon neutral home incentive program, we hope to really bring down the cost so that it's an easier choice for homeowners to do, to go all electric.
Well, it just seems to me like just go straight to the source. That means make sure that the manufacturers are only producing electric. And I don't know if that takes a state bill or I'm not sure, but anyway, that kind of doesn't make any sense. The other thing I know the mayor touched on with the school district, I also was thinking about that as you were speaking, you know, we should be including the school district, Valley Transportation Authority, because they're the ones that are, there needs to be some type of communication with them because school districts, as you know, a lot of the kids are driving their cars on campus, high school kids, and that produces carbon footprint. As you know, I serve on the Valley Transportation Authority as a board member, but I'm an alternate this time. But one of the requests that I made was to do free fares for all the high school students, not K through 12 like the County of LA is doing K through 12, but just for the high school students. And right now they're working on that process because I really feel that it will condition the high school students to take the buses. And not only that, it'll reduce our carbon footprint and it'll also reduce the traffic on the roads in the mornings, especially. So that we're working on that. And then there's some other slides that I wanted to touch on, but I know for the lack of time, but I do want to say I've been in Milpitas for several years, or 50 years. And I know Penitentiary Creek, every year you'll always see water. But this year I noticed it is very shallow. And I really believe that if that creek ever runs out of water, we're in big trouble. So that's one of the flaws, one of the evils of climate change is the water. I mean, we haven't even touched on food shortages and so forth, but I don't want to be a fatalist. So anyway, I'm just going to move on with that. All right, so I do like your climate action plan, but maybe reaching out to the school district and Valley Transportation Authority and maybe doing some more collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Next we have Councilmember Finn.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say I'm really inspired, moved by the remarks of the Milpitas High School students spoken earlier. Really give me hope for the future of Milpitas, and I hope other young folks, take your leadership by example to heart. I do think that in part of our key strategy, we are missing an element of regional collaboration. I was pleased by our partnership with Valley Water in incentivizing cisterns and rain barrels. It was very successful and was highlighted regionally, and really went a long way towards combating the drought. And I know that there are opportunities to partner with other government agencies. Earlier mentioned was school districts. I think that that is an excellent area of opportunity to partner on because we have mutual interests in infrastructure and education. So using the examples that other municipalities have implemented, installing solar panels, installing microgrids, I believe that there is a value proposition to be explored in potential areas of cost sharing or revenue sharing. In addition to that, workforce education, I think, is an area that we can partner with the school districts on in preparing our youth into the green sector with renewable jobs. It's an ever-changing industry, an ever-growing industry, and I am confident that it will only pick up momentum as the years go by. So preparing our youth for the economy of tomorrow with workforce education initiatives, I think would go a long way. One thing that I would like clarification on is, in terms of incentivizing the reduction of our carbon footprint. Do we have agreements with electric scooter and bicycle rental services?
Let's go to our city manager for the point of inquiry from Councilmember Fan.
We don't have any, and I'm not aware, and in fact, I know we don't have any of the providers here in Milpitas. So we know their surrounding cities have some, but not in Milpitas. I have been approached, but there's been no follow through from any company at this point in time.
Sure, thank you. I think that as an alternative mode of transportation, certainly a clean one, and also as an economic development tool, that's something that we might want to look into exploring, because not only will it help us achieve our climate action goals, but it also helps us achieve our goals of making Milpitas a more walkable community. So those are my comments. I want to thank staff for following up on the council feedback, on the public feedback, on engaging community stakeholders like the Sierra Club, and I look forward to the next presentation.
Very well. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I too, I'm really grateful to Walter's team, including Tony and Elaine. They're like Congressman Rocana said, we're like the pioneers, the front runners of this climate change, and they want to make an example of us as a model for the rest of the cities. We're so fortunate to have a chair of Energy and Sustainability Commission, Miss Patty. She is so committed. She's so knowledgeable. She's so participative. And I'm just so happy we have a dedicated team. And I would like to thank the mayor and the rest of the city council for appointing Mr. Mabuka to the Energy and Sustainability Commission. And also I want to thank Mr. Mabuka for stepping up and really being a commissioner on this commission. Thank you so much. And I also want to ask Elaine. Elaine, have we explored the grant to get funding for additional personnel for climate change for the city? I know SBCE, being one of the board of directors, they are looking into that for each city. Have we explored that?
Thank you, Councilmember Chua. Great question. Yes, we do look at grant opportunities and where we can, where they're eligible for staffing. We haven't seen any yet. I continue to monitor that and am looking forward to SBCE releasing their grant opportunities later this fall, and we'll definitely be applying when we can. So we are looking at different opportunities for where we can supplement and bring on use grant funding for staffing where possible. And we'll continue to do that.
Okay, they have money to give, so we're here to receive. So I just want to mention that when Congressman Rocana was here in City Hall a few weeks ago, I was with the Councilmember Fan and Councilmember Dominguez. And there was some good news at that time. And Congressman said that it looks our request for $3 million to electrify 200 homes in Milpitas, like about 25,000 to 30,000 each, to convert gas to electric on most of the houses. It's like he said, out of the 15 that he requested, we're on the top 1/3. And it's looking pretty good with the passage of the climate change and the inflation reduction that just happened a few days ago. So I'm really looking forward to that. And I want to thank the executive team for making that request. Thank you, City Manager Steve, Assistant City Manager Ashwini, and also Deputy City Manager Walter. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. First and foremost, I just want to thank our youth for coming in and giving their feedback. I think it's really important for us to have them engage into these conversations. And I definitely want to echo some of the sentiments that have already been shared up here with my colleagues. One of the things that I just wanted to also thank is the Sierra Club for their engagement and honestly for their time. I know a lot of their members have reached out to each one of us individually. I know that they have helped me understand things and have a different lens on items that I honestly did not have or I was not thinking about. So they are encompassed in the plan that was presented today. And so thank you very much, staff, for all the hard work that you guys have been doing. I am really excited that this is finally updated. I mean, we've been talking since 2019, which we brought it up and you guys worked really fast to make sure that it came back. So I'm extremely excited to see this implemented and moving forward and for us to build new partnerships with other stakeholders to make it happen. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
And I see a virtual raised hand from our Deputy City Manager, Walter Rossman.
Thank you,
Walter,
Mayor.
I see you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. We actually checked in with the representation from Rocana's office today here local with Tom Pike, and he informed us that the item was approved on the House floor, but still await Senate approval. So it was not included in the measure which Councilmember Chua was just mentioned to us. But he's hopeful they will be moving forward through the budget process of the federal government and be signed into law hopefully this fall.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, our Deputy City Manager, Walter Rossman. And next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if it's okay for now to make a motion to adopt a resolution to adopt the climate action plan.
We already have a motion with a second from a motion by myself, a second from Councilmember Chua to approve item number 15, recommendations with the amendment CIP number 3453. And we'll go to the vote. To your devices. And it's all in favor with the vote of 5-0. The motion is carried. Item number 15 is approved with an amendment CIP number 3453. And we're moving on to item number 16, conduct a public hearing, adopt the Milpitas Water, Sewer, and Storm Master Plans and addendum to the Environmental Impact Report for the Milpitas General Plan. It's I feel like it's the Department of Public Works hour here at City Hall. And we have our Public Works Director, Tony, and welcome, Tony.
Mayor, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Tony and I here with your Public Works Department. I'm also joined by Harris Siddiqui, Principal Engineer in charge of our Utility Engineering Group, and Todd Cristiano, who's been our consultant working on the financial portion of this master plan update. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, So for tonight's agenda, what we're going to walk through is the master plan development timeline and the updates that we did go through. And for each master plan, so we have the water, sewer, and storm, what we're going to be talking about today. For each one of those, I'll give you a little background about the systems themselves. We'll talk about the recommended capital projects that are involved with each one of those master plans. Go through some of the funding options that for your consideration. We'll talk about the CEQA development, and then we'll go through next steps and go through our recommendations. Go to our next slide. So project timeline, we started out with coming to you back in September of 2019 to award 3 professional service agreements, one for each utility, water, sewer, and storm master plans. And then in May of 2021, we presented to you the draft water master plan and draft sewer master plan. We followed that up with the presentation November of 2021 for the storm master plan. That was a draft at that time. Next slide. So for each master plan, once we presented that information to you, we did go back and had to do some additional work. One of those first items that we needed to work on was our CEQA development. We needed to go through and look at the project that were recommended as part of that master plan and determine what environmental impacts would be associated with each and every one of those projects. Following that work that we did there, we did a financial analysis of the impacts of that project from a financial basis. Now, the goal of this financial portion of this analysis is to give council an idea or expected funding needs to implement some of these projects. It's not in any way whatsoever a detailed rate study. That's its own process, which we are going to be talking about later on, but that's its own process and it comes with its own set of requirements to do that. So so this assessment that we're doing here is a financial picture just to get an idea of if we were to implement some of these projects, here's where things could go. It assumes that the projects will not be implemented until July of next year. So that's the start of FY 2024. And also assumes that we would have to come back to council with information on stormwater funding sources prior to implementation of any projects related to the stormwater system. Now, the stormwater system is currently reliant solely on the general fund and does not have a reliable or sustainable funding source for it right now. So everything that we're looking at here for this discussion assumes that the stormwater funding would have to be discussed on a later date when we bring that back to council for consideration. Just for notes purposes, we did adopt a 5-year water and sewer rate, and the last rate that was adopted, or the last portion of that adoption did go into effect this fiscal year. We would need to come back and work on a separate rate study for water and sewer to take us from FY 24 to FY 28. Let's go to our next slide. So we'll start with the water master plan discussion, give you some folks some background to refresh everyone's memory on where we are with our system. We have 2 main water sources that come in through us, SFPUC and Valley Water provide our main wholesale water to our city. About 70% or so comes from SFPUC through 4 turnouts and serves 4 pressure zones, while about 30% comes through Valley Water through 1 turnout and serves about 2 pressure zones. We do have 1 fully developed well in our system. It is an emergency well only over at Pine Well, and we'll talk some more about the differences between an operational well and an emergency well in our later slides, but it's an emergency well only, so we're only sanctioned to use that for an as-needed basis. We also have 3 emergency interties, 1 with San Jose Water Company and 2 with Alameda County Water District to our north in the Fremont area. Next slide. So the master plan recommended $67 million in capital improvements needed for our system. About 43 million of those of that recommendation goes towards replacement and rehabilitation of our underground assets. These are most of the time the infrastructure that's under the ground, mostly not seen and often forgotten. These are aging pipes, our valves, and other appurtenances that are beneath the ground. We also have $7 million of recommended for pipeline replacements to improve fire flow in our system for fire suppression, and $6 million to develop the Curtis well, which has been dug for many years now and not been fully developed. This will allow us to provide for emergency storage capacity. Now, the system that we are going to need for our water is going to require us to have about $6 million gallons of water available for us in storage in order to meet state law requirements to comply with Title 22. One strategy in order to get that is to build above ground storage tank to be able to contain 6 million gallons of water. That will take a lot of land, and a lot of land that Milpitas just does not have. The other option, other strategy, which is recommended in the master plan, is to use groundwater wells and then use that aquifer that we all have underneath us as our storage capacity. And that's a recommendation that is part of the master plan we're bringing forward. Now, emergency wells, as I talked about earlier with Pinewood well, have its limitations. So it can only be used for 15 calendar days out the year, period, and for no more than 5 consecutive days in each year. With the recommendation that we're bringing forward, part of the master plan, we'd be looking to develop 3 wells. So we have the Pinewood well, we'd have to convert that from an emergency well to a more production well. We have McCandless well, which we'd have to convert to a production well as well. And then we have this monies here that are recommended as part of master plan to develop Curtis well. These 3 wells will then give us what's needed to be able to sustain our emergency operations and provide storage for us to combat a consecutive 3 years of a drought. Now, per the master plan, our city actually needs about 4 groundwater wells to combat 4 years straight worth of drought, actually 5 years straight worth of the droughts in our system by 2035. Go to our next slide. So these slides might be familiar to everyone here watching. These were presented as part of the draft master plans, but I'll go ahead and highlight some of the key projects that are here. So we have 2 emergency pressure regulating valves that we are looking to put in place. These will allow us to properly move water between zones. So currently we have the system fully separated between what comes in for SFPUC and what comes in for Santa Clara Valley Water District or Valley Water. These pressure regulating valves will allow us to better mix the flows in the system and allow us to be more sustainable if or when we have any kind of service interruption from any one of our wholesale water suppliers. Next slide. And as I mentioned earlier with the groundwater discussion, so the system itself, per all of our analysis and the growth that's expected, requires about 6 million gallons of storage in water. Now, with the use of groundwater wells, we're able to offset that 6 million gallons of water down just to 2. So you'll see there in your top right corner, we're pointing to a new reservoir requirement in the Santa Clara Valley Water District zone of only 2 million gallons versus the 6 million gallons that you would have to need if you did not use the groundwater wells. And then to your bottom left corner there on your screen, you'll see the development of the groundwater well at Curtis, which will provide for additional emergency supplies. And we get to use the benefit of the groundwater storage to offset the need for an extremely large reservoir above ground with no land available in the city. Let's go to our next slide. And this slide here just talks about some work that we did doing a desktop analysis of the condition of our pipelines. So you can see over 50% of our underground infrastructure is in need of some kind of action now. So either you need to act now for investigation or replacement, or about 12% of that involves investigation. So we have an aging system which is in need of some sort of work to get replacements done before we start getting in a situation where the pipelines just start to degrade due to age and deterioration. Next slide. So as I talked at the beginning of the hour here, as part of the work that we did following the presentation that we provided to council with the draft master plans, we did go back and work with the consultant to get a general picture of what type of investment could be needed if we were to implement some of these capital projects. These definitely needed capital projects. Now, again, this is no way, shape, or form a rate study, but just gives folks an overall picture of what could possibly come. So the financial plan for the water system was developed. It looked at all the potential rate increases that could come from our wholesale water providers. As a reminder for the public and for everyone here, about 60+% of our funding for operations goes towards just buying the water itself. So we could expect rate increases of about 6% for FY24 through 26. And an average of 3.4% from FY27 through FY2040. Now for the capital surcharge, which is the amount of money that pays towards investment in our infrastructure that's underneath the ground, we can expect the rate increase there about 0.4% for the first 3 years, 24 to 26, and about a 1% on average increase through 2040 beyond that. The impact to a typical single family household, they would see an increase of about $4.60 per month, or about $9.19 on a bi-monthly basis. We are billing a bi-monthly basis. And that dollar amount would increase to about $10.42 bi-monthly, or about $5.50 per month for a typical single family household. On to our next slide, please. So now we'll talk about our sewer system. So our sewer system consists of 160 miles of pipeline underneath the ground. They range in sizes from 4 inches to about 66 inches. We got 15 siphons in our system, 2 pump stations, one at Main Lift off of McCarthy, and the other one, Venus Lift Pump Station off of Venus. And then we have 2 force mains in our that convey water, and that's the blue. And the picture that you see there on your screen, the blue lines that you see at the top of your screen there are 2 force mains. So our sewer system is all gravity fed. So everything that comes through from every single household in the city flows its way down up to Venus, gets pumped over to Main Lift pump station. And then we use these 2 force mains, force main A and force main B, to send our sewage flows to the regional wastewater facility in San Jose for treatment before it gets disposed to the bay. Next slide, please. So the capital investment required for our sewer system from the master plan that was completed is about $55 million. There are 3 main buckets required here. One of them is $25 million needed for the replacement of sewer force main A. So that's one of the 2 force mains that we use to convey all of the sewage that's collected from our city to the San Jose Santa Clara Regional Wastewater Facility. And I do have a separate slide on this, so I'll go into more details later on. Another $25 million is going to go towards replacement of our assets. So these are aging pipelines, manholes, and other appurtenances for our sewer system. And about $5 million will go towards really developing an ongoing CCTV program. This is a program that will utilize camera system, running cameras through our actual pipelines, allowing our staff, our city staff, to gauge the condition of these pipelines, provide ratings for these pipelines, and then coming up with strategies and recommendations for which pipelines need to be replaced at what time. Next slide, please. And in addition to the capital investments that have been flagged by our master plan, there are also projects that we already had in our CIP program. These included the pump station rehabilitation programs and minor sewer projects, the Main Lift station odor emissions control project, which is ongoing right now. And we also had some on-call services built in there, and sanitary sewer cathodic protection, really needing the system here to prevent corrosive actions from eating up the pipelines that are in the system, which is what we're going to talk about in our next slides. Let's go there. So some of the project, and again, this may be familiar to folks from the last presentation that was done during the draft portion. We had some projects here identified for the build out of the system, CCTV being one of those main projects that are needed. With the CCTV program built out, you're able to assess the condition of pipes and then go through a strategized replacement program. Let's go to our next slide. And now we go to force main A. So this gives you a good picture of the force main, a little more zoomed in than before. The force main A is a 36-inch steel pipeline. It's about 40 years old now. It really lives in a corrosive environment, and by corrosive we mean the sewage and what it's conveying is also corrosive as it is. So every sewage that is conveying to the treatment plant is corrosive. It naturally wants to eat away at something, and the pipeline is right there, so it's going to eat away at it. In addition to that, it's also in a very corrosive environment. The soil around that force main A is also corrosive. So you kind of have the worst of both worlds, if you want to say it that way, reacting on this pipeline. So we do need to take some steps to mitigate this potential risk to our city, and do some key investigations, perform some repairs that are needed in order for us to do key investigations, and then do a cleaning and CCTV to really determine what's the condition of the pipeline as it is today, and get a strong sense for how soon we absolutely have to replace this one, and what means and method would be the best means for replacement of this pipeline. Replacement of the pipeline with a material that's more relatively available today and more industry use today will provide the city about 100-year life on this pipeline. So it's quite, it's a good investment, but will allow for a lot more generations of Milpitians to benefit from this. Our next slide. So we have two funding options that our financial analysts, our financial analyst consultant developed for us. One is looking at bond financing, and the other one is cash funding. So under the bond financing option, this allows us to accelerate the timeline for the completion of this critical infrastructure, mainly getting monies that we need to take care of Forest Main A. It would require the issuance of a 20-year debt, about $30 million in bond in FY25. Again, the benefits would be ensuring a timely replacement of this asset. It also stabilizes the rates, so you'll be looking at about a 4% increase through FY 2040. A typical single-family resident in Milpitas would see about a $4.97 increase in the first month, bi-monthly, or about $2.50 increase, and then that rate would then increase further as the years go out. So again, option one would be the use of bond financing. This again accelerates our timeline for replacing that critical Forest Main 8 infrastructure and allows for more generational equity. So again, that infrastructure is going to live for 100+ years. The burden of payment for that infrastructure should not just be borne by those who are here today, when our children's children are going to be utilizing this facility going forward. Let's go to our next slide. Now, the cash funding option means through our rates that we already have, we accumulate the monies that are needed. No bonding would be required here, but you accumulate the monies that are needed for the replacement of this infrastructure, and then you then pay for it with cash at that time. If we went with that cash funding route, we'd be able to start taking on the Forest Main project in FY 2030. Again, some of the items here that are critical to note is it delays the implementation of the project by 5 years. And again, the risk of that are not to be shy by anyone, but it does increase our risk of failure if the pipeline does fail during that time. It does require higher short-term rate increases. So for the first 3 years, you'd be looking at about a 6% rate increase from FY 24 for each year through 26. Then it drops down to 4% through FY 2040 after that point. This does also take in about $7.3 million in fees from the Metro specific plan. So you'd be able to offset some of the costs with some Metro specific plan dollars. But again, the key thing to note here is you cash fund it, so no bonds, but you do absorb that risk of the pipeline not performing as it should or failing during that 5-year span that you're waiting to accumulate the funds. Next slide. So now we're going to our storm master plan. So our storm system consists of about 13 pump stations, mostly in the southern end of our city. We have catch basins, gutters. Those are all part of the storm system. We have 4 storage basins, 1 debris basin, and we do manage 3 creeks in our system. We have the Wrigley Creek, we have the Ford Creek, and when they all come together and they form the Wrigley Ford Creek, that's all part of Public Works Management. Some of the other creeks and waterways that are within our area, which are part of our system but managed by others, are Berryessa Creek, Clara Creek, Coyote Creek, Los Coches, Lower Penn, Piedmont Creek, and Tularcillos. Next slide. So in the master plan, we identified $59 million worth of projects for the storm system. And the major projects are in the bucket of needing to replacement of infrastructure, and about $33 million for the pump stations. And really the critical piece of our infrastructure here for the storm system is all in our pump stations. And without those pump stations being able to get the flow moved out from the collection of the street into the creek areas, that's where we start getting localized flooding in the area. Our next slide. In addition to the projects that were already recommended as part of the master plan, we did also have projects that were already in our CIP. These include our storm drain system rehab project. We have some on-call work there as well. The SCADA project, which is ongoing right now, and the flap gate replacement project, just to name a few. Again, as part of, it's important to note here that even in the CIP book that we all adopted back in last fiscal year, in order to start this fiscal year, there's no funding source available for stormwater infrastructure. It's solely reliant on the general fund and the CIP projects that are currently identified in the capital improvement program have no funding source identified for them. So not a sustainable way for an infrastructure, and we do need to find some kind of a better means to provide funding needed for the sustainable infrastructure here. Next slide. So again, some of these slides here may become familiar to many of you. These were presented as part of the draft master plan back in November. But the high priority projects include a replacement of the Jergens pump station. That's just one of them. That's over at Dixon Landing Park. There's the Jergens pump station that's there. Next slide. Some of our lower priority projects include work on Spence Creek Pump Station. We also have some localized flooding that we look to address along Wool Drive, and some more work over at Foothill Park. We also have some work on North Able Street to address some nuisance street flooding that occur. Next slide. Our storm extensions, these are extensions needed to provide for some conveyance to address the improvements happening in the Milpitas metro area. Those mostly are on Main Street. So you'll see those there in purple. But most of those most of those pipeline extension work are on Main Street. And next slide. And the high priority inlet projects, and these are put in place here by mostly input from city staff and public works staff on areas where they notice a lot of trouble spots. So these provide some additional upgrades to the inlet to allow for the localized flooding that occur in the street to make their way a lot better into our storm drain infrastructure, so we can get them to our pump stations and then pump into our creeks and get the water out to the bay. Next slide. So the preliminary funding options that we have here, again, as I mentioned at the top, no funding, no dedicated funding for storm infrastructure, and the insufficient general fund dollars to fund everything that we need for utility. We've gone and done some work on this here. We're going to require about $5 million annually in our storm infrastructure in order to not only fund the master plan projects that have been recommended, but we've identified approximately $2.5 to $3 million in annual O&M expenses currently paid for out of the general fund that should be dedicated to pay out of a structured funding source for the storm system. The master plan, again, identified $59 million in projects. Currently, we are funding about $500,000 from the general fund into the infrastructure replacement fund. So far cry for what we need. If we're needing $5 million for the storm infrastructure, and we're only funding about $500,000 annually, it's just a huge gap there. So it's work that we're going to have to do and come back to council for some input. Some of the options that we could utilize for funding the storm system, once we go through all our efforts to do that, could be to establish some sort of a stormwater property tax, or property fee, or parcel tax, or we could issue a GO bond, but the GO bonds would be used solely for funding the capital projects only. It could not be used for funding the O&M. So, but any such fee or tax or any issuance of bonds is going to require a voter, property owner, and voter approval. So we are going to need to come back and do an assessment of what would work best for our city, and then present that information to council for consideration. Next slide. And one more. So, so again, what we talked about too was, in addition to the financial analysis that was already done, we did do CEQA analysis, and this is looking at all the projects that were recommended, and we did an addendum to the environment impact report for the general plan, and evaluated all the projects that we were proposing to determine what the environmental impacts were, and all that information is part of this agenda packet. Next slide. And one more. So our next steps would be two things. One is we would want to return to council by December of this year to present council with a 5-year water and sewer rate study. Again, this is what we talked about here today is in no way, shape, or form a rate study. It's just to give you a general picture of what things could be one way or the other. But the rate study really dives in a lot deeper into the actual expenses and gives the community a better sense for what that actual rate increase would be. So once we bring that information back to council by the end of December, we'll include a timeline in there for the Prop 218 process, and we'll also come back to council with information on how we're going to go through a robust community engagement process. The other item that we bring back as part of our next steps is the information here on the funding options that we could use for our stormwater utility. Again, this could include, but not limited to, but it could include like establishing a storm water property fee, a parcel tax, or issue with a GO bond. But we'll need to investigate that a lot further with some technical expertise, and then bring forth that information to council for proper decision making. Next slide. So we're asking for 5 things from you today, council members. Option number 1 is to open the public hearing and comment and move to close the hearing. Number 2, adopt the water master plan, direct staff to return with a 5-year rate study by December 2022. Number 3 is to adopt the sewer master plan and direct staff to return with a 5-year rate study by December of 2022. Number 4, adopt the sewer master plan and direct staff to return to council with various options for stormwater system by December 2022. And the final one here is to adopt this, the City of Milpitas Utility Master Plans, addendum to the Environmental Impact Report for the general Milpitas General Plan. And with that, Mayor and City Council members, I'll pause for questions.
Excellent presentation and update. Our Director of Public Works, folks, Tony Endaw, thank you once again. And let's go ahead. I'll go ahead and move to open up the public hearing if I hear no objections. I hear no objections. The public hearing is now open. Come on up, Mr. Montemayor.
Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas. Yes, it's a very, I will say, number-wise, it's tough. Budget and is a needed item, or water. Of course, we need water. We need to, the water that comes in for drinking, the sewer. In other words, it is well planned. It's well, they're monitoring for the good of us all. And so I think whatever is good for us, we think we should be agreeing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Trojans, it is item number 16. Come on up, future mayors here at the podium.
Hey, hello guys. We wanted to thank you all for your comments and for this presentation as well about water strategy, because as Suka was pointing out, he was doing rainwater harvesting, and about your collaborative meeting with MUSD.
Yeah, so when talking about the rainwater harvesting, we worked with Mr. Shreves, the MUSD maintenance director, and also Mr. Norwood is also interested in this idea. I think that if we have both agreements with both sides, we can come to a proliferation of harvesting systems in all schools at MUSD, because there seems to be both interest and agreement from both sides.
Yeah, and we would, on the point of like youth engagement and education about like the electric heaters and stuff like that, we would like to work with the city on that too. We can be your connect for like school district and this council. So just teaching people the right way to manage their waste, or teaching people about this water stuff, like there's some divide between what we pass here and what people know. So we want to help bridge that. Oh yeah, in the form of like maybe drought-resistant gardening and helping out our community gardens as well. We think that learning it together and then doing it yourself and getting these habits down is really important. And both of us have done that with Environmental Society. Sustainable habits and lifestyle changes are always easy, but actual policy change and like having that choice is so much more impactful, because you give people like something to think about. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great comments. Thank you very much. And connect with our city clerk for any type of city commission opportunities. We do have some seats for persons your age. City of Milpitas website, the city clerk, reach out, and the the city commissions are an opportunity to expand on what you're speaking on tonight. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Have a great night. Be safe. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Public comment here in the chamber, seeing no further requests on the chamber. Let's go to the Zoom virtual raised hands for item number 16. It's the public hearing for item number 16. I see no virtual raised hands. I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing if I hear no objections. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now closed. I just want to say a couple comments. We got some bills to pay here. Looks like we're going to have to finance these costs, and it's more important, I think, than ever to anybody in this city hall to really continue to prioritize economic development even higher. We got to find a way to maximize our sales taxes and hotel taxes as this economic recovery continues to happen, and we can bring in a lot of money. You know, I'm looking at expenses here with this presentation. Great presentation, by the way, Tony. But you know, in my mind, from my seat, I'm thinking, how are we going to pay it besides financing, which is very likely for the bond. But also, we can't be so narrow with our thinking. You know, as leaders in this building, we can do more to attract business to business sales taxes, high priced items, high volume. I just think that we have a tremendous opportunity to do that here in Silicon Valley. And I'm still waiting for our hotel taxes to hit a record number, hopefully here soon. And so just want to remind leaders in this building to continue to give full support to economic development. Okay, great. I'll go make a motion to approve item number 16, every single recommendation. And I'll go ahead and leave the motion there. Councilmember Chua.
I second.
Okay, next up with the request, the Vice Mayor Montano. Okay, shit. Gotta be quicker. Gotta be quicker. It's a very very efficient council, very quick. Okay, we have a second from Councilmember Chua. Any further requests? We'll go to Councilmember Fan.
I want to thank Tony for the presentation. In terms of funding some of these initiatives, somebody that has a larger budget than us is Valley Water. If only we had some sort of connection with Valley Water to initiate partnerships that could generate cost savings. Tony?
Thank you for that, Councilmember Fan. I think that the Valley Water's Director Santos will have a lot to say about that, and I'm sure we could all hit him up for better options for funding. So let's all collectively call him for some money.
Well said. We're going to miss you, Tony. Very appreciative of all the work you've done for us. And we hope you remain in touch with us.
Thank you.
In regards to the 30-year bond, would we have an opportunity to refinance?
We absolutely would, and we actually have done that in the past. So I believe when back in 2018 or 2019, we did have a sewer bond at the time that we did refinance. The details on that, I think I'll lean on the Deputy City Manager, Walter Rossman, to chime in some more on that aspect. But in terms of being a refinance, we absolutely can, and we've done it before.
Excellent. So when staff comes back in December with the funding options, I would love to expand more on those terms refinancing. Because, as you know, with these interest rates, timing is everything. And lastly, have we looked into county funding for some of the projects? I see potential opportunities in the storm improvements for the BART project and perhaps the Dempsey Road storm drain replacement. Would we qualify for Measure B funding?
Yeah, Councilmember, we'd have to look into that further, especially as we get into the more rate setting process for that. But as part of this master plan effort, no, we have not explored that option at this time. But it is definitely something that once we get into the more detailed analysis, just for storm, for example, we start looking at funding options, we can definitely look at any other source of money that we can get into our system in order to offset costs in our city, but still get work done.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all from me.
Okay, any further requests? We do have a motion and a second. And we'll go to our voting devices. And it's all in favor, 5-0 yes. The motion is carried to approve item number 16, every single recommendation listed. Thank you once again, Tony Enda, our Director of Public Works. Moving on here, item number 17 is conduct a public hearing and introduce an ordinance amendment sections of Chapter 10, Title 11 of the Milpitas Municipal Code related to non-residential building heights. Here we are tonight, our Director of Planning, Ned Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and members of the council. We're happy to be with you tonight to present both this item and the next item, which are zoning text amendments that had been requested by the council some months ago. We're pleased to have them ready and to be able to present them. This one you have actually, we had a study session on before the August break, and we are now back, and we have our senior planner Lillian Van Hoa on deck to present to give the presentation.
Thank you, Director Thomas. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and fellow staff. As mentioned, the item before you is a city-initiated zoning text amendment for non-residential building heights in the city's commercial zoning districts. Next slide, please. At the study session held on June 14 earlier this year, the City Council supported the Planning Commission's recommendation to limit the height of buildings located within 100 feet of a lower density residential R1 or R2 to 2 stories or 30 feet, as well as no discretionary approval of additional building height with approval of a CUP within 100 feet of the boundary of a lower density residential district known as R1 or R2. Next slide, please. So based on the initial direction received from City Council, staff has prepared a draft or has prepared a zoning ordinance text amendment to address community concerns about maximum building heights in certain commercial zones. The proposed zoning ordinance text amendment modifies and adds regulations related to maximum building height for non-residential buildings in the general commercial C2, highway services HS, and town center TC zoning districts, and modifies a provision conditionally allowing a maximum height of 75 feet or 6 stories in the C2 and TC zones with approval of a conditional use permit, subject to specific findings. The proposed amendment also adds clear and objective criteria and findings for approval of a CUP to allow additional building height. Next slide, please. The proposed ordinance would amend the following 4 sections of the zoning ordinance. Next slide, please. So currently the zoning ordinance does not specify a maximum building height in the general commercial C2, highway services HS or town center TC zoning districts. The zoning text amendment would add a maximum building height of 35 feet or 3 stories for these zones, as well as allow discretionary building height beyond the proposed maximum building height with approval of a conditional use permit. 2 exceptions to those new development standards are parcels within 100 feet boundary of R1 or R2 zones would be limited to a maximum height of 30 feet or 2 stories, and parcels within 100 feet of a boundary of R1 or R2 residential zones are not eligible for the CUP provision to allow additional building height. Next slide, please. There is one exception to the proposed zoning text amendment. The general plan allows mixed-use developments with up to 40 dwelling units per acre in the town center TC zoning district. At the state density bonus law and our municipal code section 11, subsection 10, or chapter 10, subsection 54, allows housing projects that meet the minimum affordable housing requirements to utilize concessions and waivers from development standards. And maximum building height is a development standard that is eligible for a waiver under the state density bonus law. Next slide, please. The zoning text amendment will include more descriptive criteria for the Planning Commission to consider when to allow for increased building height. The Planning Commission will take into consideration the width of the right-of-way of the principal street, the proximity of the site to low or medium density residential zones, building setbacks in relation to proposed building height in excess of 3 stories or 35 feet, and upper story setbacks, step backs. Next slide, please. The proposed findings for approval for increased building height are as follows. The design, location, size, and bulk of the proposed building is compatible with the existing and allowed future land uses in the vicinity. The building's design provides an appropriate transition and scale to structures in adjacent residential districts. The building's design minimizes shadows on public sidewalks, public open spaces, and solar facilities on adjacent parcels through step backs at upper levels or other design elements. Next slide. Oh, thank you. Lastly, the zoning text amendment also includes a deletion of an existing provision in the definition of floor area ratio, also known as FAR, that allows an increase in the maximum permitted FAR with approval of a conditional use permit. The purpose of this change is to avoid conflicts with the new provision for discretionary increase in building height. Staff will be working on a separate zoning text amendment to address a discretionary increase in the FAR. Next slide, please. The introduction and adoption of this ordinance is not subject to review under California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061B3, also known as the common sense exception. As a separate and independent basis, the project is exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15183, project consistent with general plan, community plan, or zoning. Next slide. So the recommendation is to consider the exemptions in accordance with CEQA guidelines sections 15183 and 15061B3 and move to waive the first reading beyond the title and introduce an ordinance amending sections chapter 10 of title 11 zoning of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to maximum building heights in certain areas of the city. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Our senior planner, Lillian Van Hoa. We'll go to the public hearing now. I'll go ahead and move to open up the public hearing. If I hear no objections, hearing no objections, the public hearing is now open. We'll take public comment at this time. Mr. Montemayor, here in our Milpita City Hall chamber, sir.
Voltaire, Montemayor, Milpitas. There are a lot to consider. Of course, the place to be built, that height, you consider the residents around it, consider how you're going to build, a lot to consider. So I thank the Planning Commission. They are really fair, I would say, and they're doing the best. In other words, it's just public now to allow it and the council to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, I see no further requests in the chamber. Let's go up to the Zoom. It's a hybrid meeting, folks. Any virtual raised hands for the building height limits item? I see no virtual raised hands. Okay, that's it for public comments. I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing if I hear no objections. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now closed. I just want to comment that I'm very happy to see this here tonight. Not the conclusion of the item, but a step in the process. If I can go to our Director Thomas here. Director Thomas, I'd like to ask a question. In terms of the PowerPoint slide there with the town center, I think it was 4 units per acre. Is that conflicting with the current town center area? I think there's like an ordinance folks passed, I want to say 10 years ago for development around the town center. Are we still, is that conflicting with what we're going to be deciding on tonight with this agenda item?
Thank you, Mayor Tran. The ordinance amendment before you tonight, in this case, is for building height, and that would apply to any of the building, commercial or primarily commercial or residential buildings in that zone. So it doesn't necessarily conflict. I think, if I understand the basis of your question, is that a change was made to the zoning 10 years ago that would no longer allow residential uses within the town center zone. Those that are existing then become legal non-conforming uses, and we are. You'll hear a little bit later, we are working on that issue as well, because the new general plan actually restores the idea of having a limited amount of residential development within the town center. And that's a separate issue, a separate zoning issue that will come before you separately at a later date.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't necessarily affect the maximum building height limits that we're suggesting now.
Separate. Okay, so I'll discuss that other issue at a later time. I don't want to stray too far from the agenda item tonight. We will go to my colleagues here before we go to our city attorney. So if anybody has any comment for the building height limits, now is your time, my colleagues. Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to give a little bit of background on this, how this issue came up. The hillside folks that live in that area, right there off Jackson, they were concerned about future development over there at the golf land. And because, you know, sometimes businesses change to other businesses, and they just wanted to make sure that their view of the hillsides would not be obstructed, because that is one of the things that Milpitas has. We have people really value the hillside views. And I think this ordinance will really help for any future development, that they will have some restrictions. So, and it's for the greater good. And so with that, I'd like, if there's no more comments, I'd like to make a motion to approve this.
Okay. We'll take your motion, Vice Mayor, and I want to say thank you for putting a lot of your time into this item and collaborating and working together to get it here tonight. Okay. We're gonna get to the city attorney pretty quick here. I'll go ahead and second your motion, and let's go to our city attorney. Michael Mutalapasi, folks.
And before I begin, I just want to clarify the motion. Is the motion as recommended to waive reading
Yes.
and adopt the ordinance?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And the title of the ordinance is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, amending sections of Chapter 10 of Title 11 of the Milpitas Municipal Code to modify and add regulations relating to maximum heights for non-residential buildings in certain commercial zones and making findings of CEQA exemption.
Yep. Okay, there it is. The city attorney has read aloud the title of the ordinance, and the motion by the vice mayor with the second from myself is to move to waive the first reading and so forth as listed on the agenda. With that being said, I don't see a fourth recommendation. We'll go to the vote. Secure your devices, yes. Fantastic. All in favor with a vote of 5-0. I want to thank Councilmember Chua. She was an early proponent of this proposal. And the rest of my colleagues also for coming on board. And so there you have it tonight. The motion is carried for item number 17. We performed all of the recommendations and we look forward to seeing this item come back to us. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 18, conduct a public hearing, introduce an ordinance amending sections of Chapter 10, Title 11, which is zoning, and sections of Chapter 213, Title 5, noise abatement of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to outdoor music in bars and restaurants, and review and permitting requirements for special events. And back to you, our Director of Planning, Ned Thomas.
Thank you again, Mayor Tran. We appreciate the council support on that last item. For this item, before I start, I neglected to introduce our consultant on both of these zoning ordinance items, Holly Pearson. She's been working with the city for maybe a little over a year on a variety of zoning ordinance amendments come forward and has been doing great work. And I definitely want to acknowledge her and also to thank Lillian for her work on the building height ordinance. And then Avery Stark, our associate planner, has also been helping with this amendment. And I will give the presentation tonight. So as you noted, this is another zoning text amendment. This one is also at the request of the council is brought forward in relation to regulating outdoor music. And we have a one item that we tacked on to this one related to special events. So next slide, please. This amendment is actually very straightforward for outdoor music. As always, we looked first at the definitions, and we all know what outdoor music is, but in order to then add some performance measures around that, we needed to add a specific definition for outdoor music. So that is one of the amendments. We also identified which areas in which those new regulations would apply, or which the use of outdoor music as an accessory to bar and restaurants, where that would apply. It's in the general, the neighborhood commercial, general commercial, also the town center zones, and then all of the mixed use zones. And that MXD is the primary zoning district along Main Street. So that I wanted to specifically note that that is included. The MXD2 and MXD3 are primarily in the metro area, or the transit area specific plan. So all of those areas are covered by this amendment. We've provided some operational standards. I'll go over those in another slide. And then the city has an existing noise abatement ordinance. It's in a separate Title 5, the zoning ordinance is Title 11. So as Holly read through our ordinance, she noticed that there's a little bit of tweaking that needed to be done to that noise abatement ordinance so that our new regulations allowing for outdoor music would sit within the ordinance, but then there wouldn't be an internal conflict between the two. So I'll talk a little bit about that in just a moment. Next slide, please. So similar to the last presentation, this is a list of the sections of the zoning ordinance that will be amended as part of this action. As you can see, the first bullet is that noise abatement ordinance. There's some tinkering in the language there. The second bullet, again, definitions. And then the third, fourth, fifth, sixth are the various sections of the zoning ordinance that pertain either to the commercial use regulations or standards, and then the same for mixed use regulations and standards. And then the last section I'll cover at the end that had to do with special events. It's not necessarily directly related to the outdoor music, as you'll see, but as we were amending the ordinance, we recognized that there was this really kind of very minor adjustment that needed to be made to special events, and I'll describe that on that slide coming up. Next slide, please. So first of all, for outdoor music, the definition, as you can see here, we're covering both acoustic, amplified, live, all types of music. We left out karaoke, or karaoke as we say. We'll talk about that in a moment too, and why there's not only karaoke, but there's some uses, but any of those, it's now allowed as it takes place on a patio or other outdoor space. And we've also, specified that it includes recorded background music played outdoors, and we'll talk about that in a moment too. But that's our general definition for outdoor music and the item that we're now seeking to insert into the zoning ordinance itself. Next slide, please. I mentioned that we made a little tweak to another definition that had to do with amplified sound. The existing definition and this one are not that much different, but as we looked at it, Holly found some really good language that made our definition a little more cleaner and a little more succinct. So we made that minor change as well, and that was in a separate section of the ordinance under special events. So that was one of the other changes there. Next slide, please. So with regard to outdoor music, as I said, again, this is a very straightforward ordinance amendment. Under this amendment, outdoor music of all types would be permitted outright, by right, we would say, as an accessory use to a restaurant and bar. And what that means is anywhere that the ordinance allows a restaurant or a bar to be located, then if they wish to have outdoor music, it would be allowed as an accessory use and would be it could be part of that approval, or if they have a bar or restaurant, the outdoor music would be allowed under the regulations that I'll show you on the next slide. So the second bullet point is we wanted to make it very clear that, if a restaurant or a bar requires a conditional use permit, or they want to add, if we have an existing bar or restaurant and they want to add music outside, they don't need to amend their existing conditional use permit for that primary use of the bar or the restaurant. And then the ordinance amendment also allows recorded background music on outdoors on the sidewalk. So on Main Street, for example, at some future date, if we had, if a business wanted to have music within some limits on the sidewalk, it would be allowed in those public areas. So next slide, please. So this outlines some of the standards for outdoor music. Again, this is typical way that zoning would approach some type of new use. We specify the hours, and then we give it a maximum noise level. 70 to 90 is a little louder than in a residential area, but it's typical for, as we looked at other cities and other similar type uses, that is the typical density, or excuse me, decibel range that is used for this type of use. Now, we did want to protect, again, our residential areas. If we happen to have a low density R1 or R2 residential area that abuts a commercial district, and there are some areas of the city where that occurs, then we've limited that to the regular 65 decibels, which is the same as the existing noise standard for a residential area under that other noise abatement ordinance that's already existing in the code. The principle here is not unlike what you just heard for building heights, actually, that we treat those lower density residential zones we treat them differently than we do. We protect them both from tall buildings, and in this case we're protecting it from loud noises in the form of outdoor music. The fourth bullet point here, that the outdoor music is we wanted to specify that it's not considered a quote unquote disturbing noise. That term disturbing noise is used in the city's existing noise abatement ordinance. And it has to do with outdoor sound. And we wanted to be sure, if we're going to allow outdoor music to be played outdoors, we didn't want an internal inconsistency within the ordinance. So we included language that would specifically say that that outdoor music is not a disturbing noise. And then that we have the issue of, in mixed use zones, you will often have residential uses right next to or right above a commercial use. So we've exempted that from the limitation on noise. Our feeling or our thought was that those who live in a mixed use environment understand that there's going to be noises around. So we didn't want there to be an inconsistency within the ordinance. Next slide, please. And then, as I mentioned, there are other types of live entertainment that we felt would still need to have some type of regulatory review. The second bullet point here is actually the easier one. If we have a large event and it includes music, then the music and the decibel levels and that sort of thing would be continued to be reviewed as part of the special event permit. But that's specific to a large outdoor music performance, like a large concert or something. The other one is a little different. So we talk about forms of live entertainment, karaoke, stand-up comedy. The code actually already has language in it for these types of uses, and so that would continue to apply to things other than what we've already specified in the new ordinance language. Next slide, please. And then the last thing I'll mention is as we were looking at music for outdoor events, we realized that there were some tinkering that we needed to do. As I showed in an earlier slide, we made some changes to the definition for amplified sound. Now, as we were looking at this, it's somewhat unrelated to outdoor music, but there was this tie, as we were looking at making this one minor adjustment to tweak to the definition. And you'll remember back in April when the council adopted the new budget. At that time, they also adopted a new, every year we'd adopt a new fee schedule. And the new fee schedule, there was one change in the planning fees, and it had to do with special events. And this was to address, as you'll recall in recent years, we've had a number of very small events. They might only include 25, 50 people. And unfortunately, they fell into a category that required them to pay what was really not a higher fee for we had two categories. We had minor events and major events. And the fee for minor events was a little bit too large for these very small events. And we would often end up in a situation where there would be an application to the council to refund those fees. And so to address that, we created a new category fees, and now we have 3 categories. And I'll go over those in the next slide. As we were fixing that, we realized that there was some other clarification in that section of the zoning ordinance that we wanted to address, and that again will be explained in the next slide. And it includes clarifying things like recurring events versus annual events, et cetera. So again, not directly related to outdoor music, but because we were doing this ordinance and there was somewhat of a nexus, we've included it here. So the next slide, I think, will help make it clearer. Next slide, please. So again, with regard to special events, we've just clarified, we have these 3 categories: a minor, a regular, and a major, or you might think of it as small, medium, and large events. And the new ordinance language clarifies basically the difference between each of those events is the size or the number of people who participate. And then in some cases, it involves whether or not there's a street closure, and the tie-in with the outdoor sound is one of the things is whether or not there's amplified sound. A minor event, is relatively small, no street closure, no amplified sound. Regular event, a little bit larger, it may have amplified sound, and it includes things like block parties on streets. And then major event is these very large events who have over 1,000 people. They may go over several days, and they require a street closure, and they generally have amplified sound. So there's there's some nuances there. Staff, I will add that staff is currently working on an updated special events handbook that clarifies the roles between the Recreation Services Department, the Planning Department, and who covers what part of these special events. So that will be coming forward in a future meeting. And the next slide, please. So again, this action is a zoning amendment, and the same two CEQA exemptions apply. And the next slide, please. And so our recommendation is to review and accept the exemption from CEQA and then move to waive the first reading beyond the title and introduce the ordinance for adoption. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you very much. And both Holly and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Awesome. Awesome. Who says it's quiet in the planning department? No, there's a lot going on. This is certainly an interesting one. I know other cities perform as well, but we're doing it here in Milpitas as well. Great presentation, Ned. And I think looking at the slides, I can imagine just the impact of this policy throughout our city. So I believe it'll be good for business. Great night. Couple great items that mean a lot to me personally, but every item here tonight is fantastic. And so we're on item number 18. And I'll go ahead and move to open up the public hearing. If I hear no objections, the public hearing is now open. And we do have a member of the public. Sir, come on up here.
Voltaire Montemero of Milpitas. Very good city. I mean, I like enjoyment, but I don't want to disturb you. I don't want to get disturbed. So thanks for representative, director of the planning commission. Yeah, you always very fair. You consider everything for happiness, and you consider those that will get disturbed also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No further comment here in the chamber. Let's go to the Zoom attendees. If you're here, I see your names. You'd like to speak here during this public hearing, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no virtual raised hands. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move to close the public hearing if I hear no objections. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now closed. I love seeing the proposed outdoor music policy for events of different sizes. It was actually last night, I was thinking about outdoor music as I was watching Netflix. And I was watching the documentary on Woodstock. And so regulating outdoor music is very important for many different reasons. They had this documentary on Woodstock 99. And they had the mayor in the documentary, and I can't believe it. The mayor of that city, Rome, New York, they approved Woodstock 99, and it was a total disaster. If folks can remember, over 20 years ago. Total disaster. And I looked up the person who was the mayor that approved it, and they're still in office. So I thought that was quite interesting. And so I can't approve Woodstock here tonight in Milpitas, but maybe the closest I'll get is this outdoor music item. Those are my comments. I'll go ahead and make a motion to waive the first reading beyond the title and introduce the ordinance further as the agenda item is stated. And we'll get to our city attorney. Let's go to my colleagues with the motion out there. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I just had a suggestion or just clarification for staff, because I know that this issue has been brought up before. So one of the main things on the music permit, definitely we want to make sure that we are doing a balance I think this item actually, I know it started with businesses on Main Street when they wanted to try to revitalize after COVID. And I also know that it also started a couple years ago when our nonprofits in our area came up and stated that they wanted to do some events in Milpitas, but sometimes the permits were more expensive and the process was extremely difficult to navigate. And so they just selected a different city. I know we have 3 different, could you guys put up the 3 different categories? I just have a question on the less than 250. Like staff. Sorry, I don't know if there it is. Thank you so much, staff. So one of the things that caught my eye was the minor event definition is 250 or less. One of the things that, again, I'm just trying to eliminate the barriers for nonprofits who have a service, maybe like Zumba in the park, that they want to revitalize the park, but the permit fees continue to add up, and at the end, they end up moving the event to another city where it's cheaper. And so one of the things I was wondering was, could we, for the minor event, or have a new category where it's a minor event maybe is less than 100 people and waive their permit fees completely? And maybe have the minor and maybe have another bracket in there for 250 or more. Because I understand like 250 or even 75. I think 75 or less is considered a minor event. I know that even for parks, 75 is kind of the number that we use for individuals who want to host a personal event if there's less than 75 people. So I think that would only be equitable if maybe we could do minor event is defined as 75 people or less, and then explore the possibility of just not having a permit fee for them. Because I think what happens is then they are regulated, and unfortunately, we're losing a lot of community events that could be brought to our city for free because the fees are adding up. It's not just the park fee, the event fee, now they have a music fee. And so I would like to see the minor event be defined as 75 and under, and then maybe adding another bracket that's 75 to 250, and then the permit fee starting at 250 or more. I don't know if that's a possibility.
Council member, if you're referring to specifically Main Street, that is not on the agenda tonight.
I am not referring to Main Street, Mayor Rich Tran. Again, if you listen to what I was stating, it is just the definition of the new permit types and the review to review the thresholds. So what I'm asking staff is if there would have been a possibility to add an additional permit type where a minor event is defined as 75 and under, and then there is an event that's defined, maybe a medium event is defined as 75 to 250, and not include permit fees for the minor event.
You go to the point of inquiry to our director, Ned Thomas here. In looking at slide 10 here, are these events hosted on public city property, or is this for groups perhaps that want to shut down streets? Maybe you can provide more details. We'll get your microphone, Director.
Sorry about that. Yeah, generally speaking, these events will occur on public or private property, but most of the time, as you can see, some of them will include closing streets, so it would be in the public right of way. I think to help answer the question, I mentioned that staff is working on the special event handbook, and some part of the handbook will address the issue here. If we have very small events that occur in one of our public parks, that would planning and the other departments don't necessarily need to be involved in that if it's a small event and it's within the capacity of that public park. That would all shift over to the recreation services, and then they would review that and then issue the permit. I may need to call upon Renee. I don't know if we've gotten so far as to say what the fee for that would be. I should have included this in my presentation, but I wanted to let you know that the change actually in the fee structure was substantial in my opinion. So before as I mentioned, we only had minor and major events, and the smaller events, I'll call them, the fee was $986. And, for any small group, whether it's a nonprofit or other community group, that $986 amount was really the start of this discussion, is how can we provide some relief for that. Major events, because I'll just cover that really quickly, because that involves, these are very large multi-day events, and they involve multiple departments reviewing them. The fee for that is actually a little over $6,157, just because of the time and the review that's increased. But the new one that we've added here, the smaller events, the new fee for that is only $253. We run on a cost recovery basis, so that was our estimate based on the amount of time between Parks and Rec staff and planning staff usually that would review that type of a permit. I will say that within the department, we have had a couple of preliminary discussions as we looked at this. We said, well, and along the lines of what the council member is talking about, we said, well, sometimes we have these very small events. So next year, when we get ready to review the
master fee schedule,
the fee structure, maybe we would look at having something like a micro event on one end, and then we do from time to time, like we're getting ready to we're currently reviewing the permit for the night market that is proposed for the Great Mall, and that's going to attract thousands of people. That might actually be on the other end a jumbo event over major, but for this year, this was we wanted to see how it would work, but next year there's always time for us to review the request, and we can look at if it's appropriate to adjust the numbers again.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that information. However, I still don't feel I just don't feel we should wait a year if we have this discussion upon us, or we could actually change it today. I just feel that as we are revitalizing our economy and really thinking about what economic vitality is for Milpitas, we really need to start thinking outside of the box. And if we have an opportunity for us to bring people here, I just don't want to lose that opportunity. So definitely, I do believe that the permits do add up, and when we're missing free events for this. And I think maybe just, again, I would ask for the micro event to be added into this now. That's something that I would like to see and have, again, just for the reasons that I stated. I think it does push out. And then we need to talk about also public, right? At this point, those are, if they're in private, they don't need the permits because they are that private lot or, and so again, that's just an equitable concern that I do have. And so if there is no support for moving this as a council, I would ask staff to look into just keeping in mind when you guys are doing that handbook of maybe just highlighting that if folks are using a park and it's less than 75, they don't need all of these accumulated permit fees, because I have had nonprofits come up to me and we've lost them to San Jose Mountain View because they couldn't afford something $1,000 instead of paying the permit fee for $1,000. That's money that they could be using to invest into their event. And most of these events are producing a free service to the community. It's not an event where they are charging for themselves or they're making some sort of fee, or that's not the event that I'm kind of thinking about. I'm thinking those that do provide a free service to Milpitas. So thank you very much, Mayor. And it would be great if you could kindly consider adding that micro event. Again, I just think it's really important, and I would hate to see an opportunity lost tonight when we could add it today instead of waiting for an entire year. But thank you very much, staff. I do appreciate your feedback.
Excuse me, if I could add something. Police, Holly Pearson, consultant to the city, and the Associate Planner Avery Stark, who's been working quite a bit on the special events regulations and the handbook, as Director Thomas mentioned. He just called to our attention that there is currently in the special event section of the zoning code, there is an exemption for something that's called simple assembly, and it's actually exempt from requiring any special event permit. And the language in the special event section describes this as a gathering of persons at a park, plaza, or paseo that does not include any of the following, and then it lists some thresholds. So there's things like the use of tables and chairs. So there's a limit on a number of tables and chairs that could be. So basically, I believe this addresses Councilmember Dominguez's concern, because this exemption for simple assembly applies to very small community events, and they don't require any special event permit. So I could read that language in full, or Director Thomas could, if that would be helpful to the council.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm very familiar with that language. Actually, I've been using it for our events that our office has been hosting. Our wellness event is actually a perfect example that one of the nonprofits that we partnered with. The simple assembly is simple. You just have one table, 2 chairs. We've been able to do the yoga in the park events and the wellness events because you don't need any structures. But I know there's an event, for example, that we lost, I do believe, to San Jose, which was an art event where they actually needed tables to do art, and they brought in mobile pottery. And unfortunately, they shared with me that their event permit fees, they didn't qualify for the special assembly because they had the pottery stations, which were, I guess, classified as tables. And so their permit fees were going to be $1,500. So that's where my concern is, that we're losing the opportunity for us to reactivate spaces that we're not using because the limitations of that language. So maybe then what I'm thinking is, if we could maybe add an exemption to that, where if more tables could be used for the simple assembly, that would be sufficient for myself. And that would, in my eyes, be a micro event. If that's something that we could do in the future, I would definitely ask staff if we could move in that direction and see if we could maybe, and again, it could include language that it has to be a nonprofit, right? Or it has to be a service that's free to the community, because I would just hate to miss an opportunity where we're missing out on these events that are free and they're providing a free service, and we're thinking outside of the box, where we're bringing people from other cities, but then we lose them because of the expensive costs. And so that's something that I would just kindly ask staff to look at. But thank you very much. I really do appreciate the feedback. I really do. And you guys are doing an amazing job. This is something I'm super excited about. It's been something that it's been a conversation that's been long overdue. And I know that our businesses are going to be happy to be able to implement this on not only Main Street, but other areas in the city as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I look forward to having this discussion. The proposal by Councilmember Dominguez, I look forward to discussing it when we get to the master fee schedule time of the year. I think we've all been here several years now, so we've had multiple opportunities to make proposals during the master fee schedule meeting, which we have. Point of information, Director Thomas, when are we going to look at the annual master fee schedule agenda item, if I may ask you?
The master fee schedule is usually reviewed and updated as part of the annual budget process.
Okay, great. So the springtime, I encourage Councilmember Dominguez in 2023, next year, to bring this forward to the council in 2023. In the meantime, I like to support our community groups very much. And I am committed to maybe taking my monthly stipend and putting it back into the community. I think that's one idea that we all can take leadership on. Next up, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Just some clarification. The minor event, is that when is that the $253?
That's correct.
And then is that one day or is that for the whole year?
That's for the one event.
For the one event. So I'm a little bit confused because with the CUP, that one here is totally different. For example, let's say a restaurant has music in there, or they want to have music outside. So they have, but they have one for inside, a permit. Do they have to get a new one?
No, actually, thank you, Vice Mayor. That's good for that clarification. The two were actually separate. So the special events and the fees, that is one issue, but the new ordinance or the new regulations for outdoor music make outdoor music a permitted use in conjunction as an accessory to the restaurant. So that does not require a separate permit now.
Okay, so
Under this amendment.
And that I guess that would be grandfathered in if they decide to do another permit.
Yeah, effectively what the new regulations allow is that if a restaurant and a bar is allowed in the zones that we mentioned, the two commercial zones and the mixed use zone, if wherever a bar and a restaurant is located, they will be allowed to have outdoor music as an accessory use by right. There's no separate permit or no separate fee for the outdoor music. Yeah, that's actually the meat of this or ordinance amendment. It clarifies that it, as an accessory use, those are completely permitted with no additional review or permit required. It's just part of the restaurant.
Okay, and so the minor, which is 250 people or less, I mean, you could have 5 people and it'll still be $253. I guess that's the way I'm saying. That's the way I'm seeing it. Yeah, I think here it says the FY 22-23 permit fee for a new CUP is $15,000. Is that's for the whole year, right?
If there's a CUP, yeah, that actually runs with the land, and so once it's approved, then it runs.
That's really expensive. Is that normal? I mean, do we charge that much? That's extreme, in my opinion, because we're trying to get businesses. And then and ultimately, the businesses is what brings sales tax. So why are we being restrictive? Why are we being so not restrictive? Why are we charging them so much? That's my question. Why? Who came up with this fee, and why can't it be lower?
Yeah, that fee actually. Thank you for the question. That fee was actually set a few years ago with the Nexus study that was done for all of the fees when we adopted a flat fee schedule, and that we had a team of consultants that came in and looked at, did a thorough review of all of the departments and the time spent in reviewing different types of permits. A conditional use permit is the fee does seem a little large. It is I will mention that it is comparable with other cities would charge just because of the time involved. A CUP goes to the Planning Commission, so there's a public hearing process, and we run on a cost recovery basis, and so that particular fee, because of the time involved, is a little bit higher.
Okay, when you say cost recovery to the city or cost recovery to the business?
Cost recovery to the city for the staff time spent reviewing.
That's where, because when COVID hit, a lot of these businesses lost a lot of money. So I think we should have. And then you say it was done last year. So did you say it was done last year or 2 years ago?
No, it was done right after I joined this. So about 3.5 years ago.
See, and
3 years ago.
That was before COVID.
True.
So a lot, we should be trying to help the businesses recover. And that means lowering the fees. And because when you're lowering the fees, you're really helping them. And when you say cost recovery, you're saying cost recovery to the cities, but really, you're not really focusing on the business themselves. So I think we should, go back and look at this about streamlining the cost. Because the bottom line is we're trying to help our businesses. We're trying to revitalize certain areas, like for example, Main Street. There's a few restaurants and bars there that could use the help. And it's our moral obligation to help these businesses, especially after COVID, because they suffered quite a bit. So I don't know where you want to take this, but I know I'm glad that we're having a music ordinance, but I think my issue are the fees. And maybe we can approve it and then come back, and I'm not sure what.
I'll if I may suggest, I want to be consistent. I think tonight is a step forward, and if folks have any concerns with the fees, and there's no other proposed alternative, we can explore during budget season, during the master fee schedule item, which is only a few months. I think the proposed fee agendized tonight is a start. I think we're going to learn a lot about it as this item moves forward after approval. And so the opportunity is available in just some months, maybe 6 months, 4 or 6 months. So we can explore the fees going forward. It's not a problem.
Yeah, I think maybe a case by case. I guess passing it and then having some type of case by case, looking at the financials, and then see maybe the city can do some type of waiving program or something.
Very well. Okay, next up we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Point of clarification, we are talking about an item, and therefore I think it's appropriate for us to implement a policy. What I am hearing from the Vice Mayor, I actually agree with her. I think we don't have to wait until we reduce these fees. I think that we have an opportunity right now to direct staff to go back, include that, and then bring this item back with that revised language. It is part of our agenda today, and that's why we're discussing this issue. And frankly, I just saw a business that's about to lose their business. They owe $83,000 in back rent. They haven't been able to do any music events. And I will clarify, point of clarification. It wasn't because I don't understand the process. It's because we can't get through our agenda and this item has been stuck. So it's our responsibility as one team that we weren't able to push out this item before the summer. So now we just have a couple of months left before the hopefully rain season comes or it gets a little cold. And we could support our businesses, who many of them are very experiencing enough expenses. I mean, right now, $1,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 is a lot for our small business community. And we have a responsibility as a council. We want to talk about revitalization of businesses, then we need to put money back in the businesses so they could do their business and bring business into Milpitas. I'll tell you another example. The Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association has an annual Halloween party. They don't qualify under the language that has been shared. They will not qualify for that micro event. They have to pay the entire fee. And so they are thinking right now they should cancel that Halloween event. And just like we have been able to implement fee permits for nonprofits, because we're talking about the policy at hand, it's on the agenda. It just makes no sense why we would miss this opportunity. That's a slap in the face for our small business community and our business community, who has already suffered enough because government is slow to act. I don't want to be slow to act. I'm sorry, Mayor. I am not proposing this back in 2023. It's the year 2022, and I'm asking for you to make an amendment today because our small business community is depending on this council. And I know that this council, this entire council, knows that that is the right thing to do. We can't, I mean, next time we look at our small business community and we're taking pictures with them, let's remind them that they didn't only have to take down their al fresco and pay and have that money go down the drain because we couldn't act fast. They now have to pay for these business fees. That's not something that I'm willing to do today. And I hope that we have a consideration for a modified language to have staff bring this item back, or if we could add that language now to add that to add the fee waiver that the vice mayor was talking about. I would completely support that because I think that's the right thing. Thank you very much, Mayor.
I'll have to verify your claims. I'll have to reach out to the Sunny Hills community and talk about the Halloween party, but we're here to talk about music in bars and restaurants as well. And I'm very content initially here tonight with what we have, and I'm going to pause real quick. Do we do the public hearing? We got it? Okay, thanks. Yeah, the discussion was just so long. I was listening and I got to verify that public hearing did happen. So much time has passed, but thank you. And so I think I made a motion, right? The motion. Okay, see, time is, yeah, there was a second. We need a second. Okay, thank you. Yeah, just been sitting here for a while here. Oh, excuse me. I gotta use your microphone. Yeah. Look, I don't like rushing items. I think this chamber has seen items push through, and it wasn't good. And so, I'd like to take this as staff prepared and move it forward because there's plenty of opportunity to change the fees. And we've been sitting here on this council for several years, and we've all had the opportunity to make an impact on the master fee schedule every single year. So the opportunities have been there, and opportunity will be there in 2023. We'll go to Councilmember Chua. I need a second.
I second that, Mayor. And I also want to comment that this council has always been sensitive to fees, especially from nonprofit and small businesses. We don't deny because of a policy. There's always a waiver. And that being said, I would second the motion and I would support the recommendation of the staff. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Okay, so we have a motion by myself and a second from Councilmember Chua, and we'll go to comment, Vice Mayor Montano.
Yeah, I thank you for that comment, Councilmember Chua. The Samuel Ayer High School reunion asked for a waiver, and there were some other groups that asked for a waiver. So I'm not sure why the Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association isn't asking for a waiver, but that's another issue. And I would like to, like you said, you made a motion, but I really think that we need to reassess how these fees are assessed, reevaluate how these fees are assessed, because I really feel that this cost recovery is not about, shouldn't be about us, because we're not the ones. I just feel that they're the ones that we should be helping. And so if you can make an amendment to your motion to somehow put some language in there that it'll be a case by case situation, how we can about regarding paying the fees.
Okay, I see a virtual raised hand. Let's go to Director Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Tran. If it might help, make a clarification here on what we have presented before you. So the meat of the ordinance amendments before you, as you all noted, is primarily about allowing outdoor music as an accessory use to bars and restaurants. We got into the discussion about fees. We tacked that onto this amendment. Maybe we shouldn't have done it, but the what we're trying to do is to just bring our ordinance language into consistency with what is in the fee schedule currently, which this does. It's a relatively modest change, but we obviously hear the concerns of the council, the larger concerns of the fee amounts, and that is actually a separate issue that we would be happy to explore and bring back as part of of another action that would address both the fee schedule and any additional changes that would then need to be made to the ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Director Thomas. Okay, so I'm listening to the Vice Mayor as I always do. Let's make an amendment to let's see. Let's make an amendment to eliminate all fees pertaining to outdoor what does it say here? Music in bars and restaurants or businesses that employ how many people, Vice Mayor? How many people or less? 5 people or less? Or 10 people or no, the 10's kind of a lot. Yeah. 10? So we'll waive all outdoor music, restaurant bar fees, or outdoor businesses or dining establishments, which is a proper term, for all businesses that employ, how about 9 people or less? Yeah. Small businesses, right? Okay. And we're tracking that information with every business, I'm sure, how many people they employ, payroll. Yeah. I think that's good. So that's the amendment to my motion as inspired by the Vice Mayor, and I'll need a second. Councilmember Chua, what?
The second.
Okay, so there you go. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, all right. So if there's no further requests, let's go to the vote. And all are in favor of vote 5-0. All right. Let me back it up here. Reset the vote, please. Reset the vote. I did not go to our city attorney. And he warned me about this earlier today, too. He sure did. So there's 2 items. Please, Michael.
So the title of the ordinance is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, amending sections of Chapter 10, Title 11, and Chapter 213 of Title 5 of the Milpitas Municipal Code to modify and add regulations relating to outdoor music in bars and restaurants, and to review and permitting requirements for special events and making findings of CEQA exemptions.
Thank you very much. And that's the motion to waive the first reading beyond the title and introduce the ordinance, and further stated on the agenda with the amendment to waive all outdoor music fees for businesses that employ 9 persons or less. And we'll go to the vote. That's the first, pardon me, that's my motion. I need a second one more time for the books, Councilmember Chua.
Second.
And we have a second from Councilmember Chua. Let's go to the vote. This voting thing's pretty good, huh? Yeah, great job, IT, Daniel, everybody who did that. Okay, all in favor. It's a 5-0 vote. And the motion is carried. Thank you, everybody, for supporting this item. It means a lot, and great work, city staff. Without city staff, Nothing is done. Okay, moving on. Item number 19, receive a progress report on the work completed and existing conditions analysis from Rimey and Associates and staff on the housing opportunity zones. Discuss project objectives and priorities and provide direction on key planning concepts and land use strategies. And we'll go back to Director Thomas here.
Thank you, Mayor Tran, members of the council. This last item is an information item. As I mentioned earlier, we have been working on a variety of strategies that will tie into our housing element so that the city may effectively meet its RENA numbers. One of those items is a grant-funded project we refer to as housing opportunity zones or housing opportunity zoning. We have Rimey Associates, who happens to be the firm that's updating the city's, helping us with updating the housing element. They're working on this separate project for housing opportunity zones. And we have Simran Malhotra and Chris Sensenig here from Rimey, as well as our principal planner, Jay Lee, who is the project manager for this project. Jay, I don't know if you have any preliminary remarks, or we'll turn it over to Simran and Chris for the presentation.
No preliminary remarks other than just, as Ned mentioned, Rimey is helping us with other projects. So we are excited to have them helping us with this one. And I'll turn it over to Simran to start the presentation. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Director Thomas. Good evening, Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Montano, and members of the City Council. I'm Simran Malhotra. I'm a principal with Rimey and Associates. And I have with me Chris Sensenig. He's a senior associate and the project manager for this housing opportunity zone project. If you can share the presentation that we had provided, Jay. While that's getting pulled up, I'll just add, Chris and I will share the presentation. I'll give some of the background information, and then Chris will talk about the project itself, as well as some of the findings of the research and analysis our team has done to date.
Yeah, I guess while we're waiting for the presentation to come up, just to reiterate, we want to have the study session as early as possible, which is why we're here today. We want to get your feedback in early direction on this important project, which we'll explain soon. But we want to present the context just so there's better understanding, and just so that we can have a good discussion not only today but also in the future, as we do want to return with for additional study sessions.
Thank you. We can go to the next slide, please. As I just mentioned, we'll describe what the project is, what the goals for this important projects are, and then share some precedents from other communities which have implemented similar overlay or opportunity zones. And then we'll discuss where in the city these might apply. Next step, please. So what is the Housing Opportunity Zone project? As Director Thomas mentioned, this is an implementation tool of the city's new general plan and the upcoming housing element. It is also intended to address recent state laws that require the city to streamline permitting for new housing projects within the city. The housing opportunity zones are intended to encourage more housing in the city by addressing some of the challenges that act as a deterrent today. These include modifying zoning requirements, streamlining approval and permitting processes, and providing incentives where possible. The HOZ project will do so in two ways. One, we'll create new zoning for the town center and NCMU general plan designations. And then we'll also create an overlay that can be applied across specific parcels anywhere in the city. Next slide, please. So the goals for the HOZ project are multifold. Firstly, it is intended to implement several general plan policies. These include protecting the existing neighborhoods while directing new housing growth to targeted areas within the city. These include the two specific plan areas, which are the transit area specific plan or metro, and the Midtown Gateway specific plan. Another general plan policy is to revitalize some of the older neighborhood serving commercial areas, such as those that fall within the NCMU designation, and revitalizing some of the older shopping centers that fall under the town center designation. The HOZ will implement the housing element by providing a tool to meet the city's RHNA obligations. This includes both the 6th cycle RHNA, which is the current cycle, as well as future cycles. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in upcoming slides. By having a tool such as the HOZ in the city's toolbox, so to speak, it'll make it easier to get to HCD certification now and also in the future. Another goal for the HOZ is to incentivize affordable and special needs housing in the city. By creating tailored zoning regulations, the HOZ can help facilitate the production of these housing types. As a co-benefit to producing more housing, the HOZ can also help revitalize older shopping centers. As the mayor mentioned previously during an earlier item, that the goal is to encourage commercial uses in the city, which have economic and fiscal benefit for the community. And by revitalizing some of these older shopping centers, there is the possibility to do so. Many of these centers are underperforming today, and their redevelopment can revitalize the retail while also adding to the city's housing stock. And then finally, the HOZ can incentivize housing production by providing a streamlined approval process for housing projects. Next slide, please. So this map, it is the general plan land use map. It shows the areas within the city in the black circles or ovals where new growth is envisioned for the general plan. These include the two specific plan areas, 4 of the NCMU designated areas, which are in the purple color, and then the town center area, which is in the center of the map in the maroon. These are also the areas where the city plans to meet its RHNA goals. Next slide, please. The city is required to update its housing element every 8 years. And most general plans have a 20 to 25 year time frame. So that means that there are generally 2 to 3 housing or RHNA cycles within the time frame of a general plan. And as this graph shows, the city's 6th cycle RHNA is 6,713 units, and the 7th cycle number is likely to be higher still. The 7th cycle housing element will also fall within the time frame of the general plan that the city just adopted last year. And it would be more efficient for the city to not have to go through major land use and zoning changes to meet the current allocation or the 7th cycle allocation. And the housing opportunity zone can help facilitate that by setting the appropriate regulatory framework. Next slide, please. The sixth cycle housing element, and I believe you've seen this map at a previous study session on the housing element, shows where the RHNA sites are. And most of the growth is focused in the two specific plan areas. These are shown in the teal and red hashed area in the two specific plan areas. Additional growth is planned in other opportunity areas, and this is to prevent clustering and to meet the AFFH requirements, which are related to ensuring that new housing or low-income housing is provided in high-resource areas and not clustered in limited areas, creating a burden on services within those. So the other areas include the town center area as well as some of the NCMU locations. It should be noted that most of the sites in the NCMU designation provide moderate income units because of the density limits within that designation. Next slide. This slide provides some context for the future of retail in Milpitas. A recent study, which was conducted by Bay Area Economics, a consultant for the city, and the Gateway and Main Street specific plan, showed that while there's significant retail space, the users of that space often include non-retail uses such as fitness centers, salons, nail spas, places of worship, tutoring centers, and the like. There's also high vacancy rates for the retail spaces within mixed-use projects that have been built. The office market is also has been weak in Milpitas in general, and the viable locations where offices are in areas which have good transit access. NCMU and TWC don't meet that criteria generally. But stepping back, the state of existing retail is in line with the changing nature of retail across the country and the region, with a shift to online sales and the focus on placemaking and experiential retail. Single-use shopping centers with large parking lots are seeing a reduced demand. One potential solution is to focus on reconceiving existing shopping centers. And by focusing on quality of the retail over quantity, can lead to minimizing any loss of tax revenue, and in fact, lead to increased tax revenue. By adding more households in addition, we can increase tax revenue of businesses in their immediate vicinity. Next slide, please. So a major project goal for the HOZ is to incentivize redevelopment of aging commercial areas. And we'd like to show you a few examples that we feel are possible guideposts for what happens in the TWC and the NCMU designation. Next slide, please. The first example is the redevelopment of an older shopping center in Mountain View. It's located near Castro and El Camino Real. The image on the left shows what this project was. Originally, it was a surface park retail center. As you can see, it was pretty low density, a lot of surface parking, and a few stores spread out between that sea of parking. It was transformed to a mixed-use project that is both vertically mixed as well along El Camino Street and horizontally along Castro. Key points to note with this is it's sensitive to the context as it steps down to adjacent lower scale residential. There was a reduction of commercial uses to about half of what was there in the original project. And then there is the focus on retaining significant amount of retail, which allows it for it to be more successful on a net square foot basis because of the additional demand created by new residents. 164 units were added at a fairly high density, 70 DU per acre, but those were accommodated within a 4-story housing product. Next slide, please. These show a little bit more close-up of what those projects look like. On the left, you see the residential building where you have some elements are 3 stories, a few 4-story, few 4-story sections, and then stepping down to 2 stories as it is located adjacent to single-family neighborhoods. On the right side, you see a vertically mixed-use building with a specialty market on the ground floor and then housing above. Next slide. This slide shows the site plan, but also the parameters of what the original development was and how it was transformed. As I noted earlier, there was a significant amount of retail that was retained, and this is likely to be more successful due to the additional demand created by new residents in the 164 new housing units. Next slide, please. Similar to the Sarah Center site in size, here we see the first phase of the San Antonio Shopping Center. This is a big box, which you can see on the left, 2 big boxes. There was a former Sears building and then other large format retail. The redevelopment included both horizontal and vertical mixed uses with a large grocery store with parking on the roof and then public structured parking in the residential mixed use portion. The amount of retail was reduced by about 40%, and the 325 new units were added. The focus is on creating a place and an experience. There is also a restaurant row along the PUC right of way, which you can see. I don't have my cursor here, but where you can see the green over on the left side of the right image. The next slide actually shows that a little bit better. Here's a look at the shopping center portion, and on the right side you see the park space with ground floor restaurants fronting it. And on the left you see the shopping center portion of it. There's a Safeway with parking on the roof, as well as multiple other retail uses in fronting the 2 streets. And this condition is not that different from some of the sites in the town center designation. Next slide, please. Even with a reduction, there's still a significant amount of retail space here. It's 136,000 square feet. And as said, current tenants include a Safeway store, there's a jewelry store, and then there are multiple restaurants and cafes. Next slide, please. Now I'll hand this over to Chris to walk us through the rest of the presentation. Chris, take it away.
Great, thank you, Simran. If you could please move to the next slide. All right, so we're here talking about a housing opportunity zone, and the key part of that is actually a housing overlay zone. So what is a housing overlay zone? It's a zoning tool to further specific goals. In the case that we're talking about here, housing goals. The tool sits in addition to the zoning code. In California, housing overlay zones also work in connection with the state density bonus law, which in itself is kind of an overlay zone that is specific to projects with a certain percentage of affordable housing. Overlay zones may be spatial, focused on certain zoning districts or locations, or they could be performance-based, like the state density bonus law. If you have a certain percentage of affordable housing, then the density bonus law applies to you. Overlay zones may be opt-in, but if an overlay zone allows housing, then the housing is by right in California. A housing overlay that is developed in Milpitas will have to consider the city's housing needs and environmental context to create an overlay that best suits the city's conditions and housing goals. There are a variety of incentives and strategies that an overlay can include to encourage development of a particular type of housing, but must be done in conjunction with the state housing laws. Some of these bonuses and incentives could include fee waivers that the city can offer to prioritize the development of affordable housing. And next slide. So as part of our background research, we looked at some best practices and we looked at a few examples, including some local and some further afield. In most cases, like Menlo Park and Berkeley, a housing overlay zone allowed for by right affordable housing projects that happen in certain zoning districts. So again, if the HOZ applied to that district, then any 100% affordable project would be allowed. And in addition to being allowed in these zones, in which they may not have been previously, they were granted extra density, reduced parking, and other incentives to make the projects more feasible. In Cambridge, Massachusetts, the example is similar, but in this case, the housing overlay zone applied to the whole city, all the zoning districts. It also provided development standards to govern the affordable housing projects. The Cambridge model has been successful and has resulted in over 600 units of affordable housing in the last 2 to 3 years. Housing overlay zones can also be specific to a certain type of housing. In Paris, California, they have a housing overlay zone that is specific to senior affordable housing. So it's very similar to the other ones I've mentioned, but in this case, it only applies to senior housing projects. Next slide. So as we said, a new housing overlay zone in Milpitas will be set within the context of state regulations, and we kind of just want to go over some of these recent laws. So the first one is the amendment to the Housing Accountability Act, which requires cities to accommodate development at a housing density allowed on site in the general plan. And so if the general plan allows it, you must allow it. The SB 330 requires streamlined approvals, that residential projects be approved based on objective design standards. And I'll be back here next week to talk about the Milpitas objective design standards. But the other thing that SB 330 does is it prevents localities from decreasing housing capacity on any site. So as we move through this, we got to keep that in the back of our mind that we can't reduce the amount of housing that was approved in the general plan or prevent a decrease in housing on any specific site. Lastly, any HOZ will need to sit next to the state density bonus law, which already incentivizes affordable housing by allowing greater density projects. So it can kind of go above and beyond the state density bonus law or kind of approach it in a different way. But the HOZ and Milpitas and the density bonus law will work together. Next. Next slide. All right, so that kind of sets the context for the HRZ project, and now I'd like to kind of walk you through it and our findings. So next slide. So here's the project overview. We are here in the background research phase and moving toward the actual project, which has two main components. First, it is to set new zoning and development standards for the new town center and NCMU general plan designations. The current zoning after the passing of the general plan is not congruent with the general plan designations. And this zoning will set the baseline for development in these areas. The second is to write an overlay zone that not only will affect the town center and NCMU zoning districts, but will also overlay over the specific plans to provide further incentives for affordable housing. Next slide. Thus far in our process, we have held stakeholder meetings with nonprofit and for-profit developers. And here are some key feedback we heard. One, greater heights and densities are needed to accommodate mixed use. And second, projects should be allowed flexibility in location of uses horizontally across multiple parcels. Again, they're not seeing that all the parcels in these zones are good for non-residential uses. Parking requirements exceed market demand and hurt the feasibility of projects. They would like to allow for creative ways to provide parking, including unbundling it. And that means basically you could use shared parking, a parking space may be in use for retail during the day, but for residential at night. They also support anything that reduces fees and processing time, because that will make residential projects more feasible and fundable. And the affordable projects, they noted they have a very hard time financing and implementing a mix of uses. The general nonprofits that are out there that are building 100% affordable projects, their main job and purpose is housing and not leasing ground floor retail space. Next slide. All right, so I'm going to walk you through some high-level results of our background research and analysis. Again, here's the map of the areas that we're looking at. And we're going to start with the NCMU areas. Next slide. So the neighborhood commercial mixed use designation covers much of the smaller aging shopping centers around the city, as well as some very successful shopping centers. The goal, the policy here is to encourage active neighborhood serving uses and provide opportunities for vertical or horizontal mixed use development. To quote, provide an area of vibrancy and to encourage the redevelopment of aging commercial centers. So the zoning or the general plan designation allows for up to 0.75 FAR for non-residential commercial space. And I just want to point out that that is an intensity that is usually reserved for 5 to 8 story office buildings. So it's a lot of intensity that is allowed in these NCMU designations. They do allow for residential mixed use projects, but there is a very restrictive ratio on the amount of housing that is possible. The maximum density is 21 units per acre, but it would require you to maximize the non-residential to get there. So again, you have to, in order to get up to that 21 units an acre, you would have to build 0.7 FAR of commercial uses. And the reality is that this ratio pretty much makes mixed use projects in the NCMU infeasible. The designation also allows council to consider 100% affordable projects, but gives no guidance on density and location. So that is something that we'll look for as we develop the zoning. And next slide. So I already went over a lot of these findings in the last slide, but I wanted to point out a few more that are listed here. One is how the NCMU designation relates to RENA and the housing numbers. The maximum density of 21 dwelling units an acre is too low for Santa Clara County to be considered in this cycle and future cycles as a site for lower income households. And the other thing is an opportunity. We feel that the HOZ and zoning process that we have here in front of us is an opportunity to update the potential GP designations to meet the intent behind the NCMU and also meet state requirements and increase feasibility. Next slide. All right, moving on to the town center. The town center designation has been updated in the general plan to allow for up to 40 dwelling units of per acre of housing and an FAR up to 0.85. Here, residential projects, 100% residential projects are not permitted under any circumstances. Residential mixed use is allowed, but there is a catch. To get up to the 40 dwelling units per acre, a project must have a minimum of 0.35 FAR for non-residential. And I'll show you in detail in the next slide, but generally for the town center, this means a project that is redeveloping would need to increase the amount of non-residential development in order to maximize the amount of housing that they can get on the site. And as we showed in the precedents, this is against what is typical in shopping center redevelopments, where typically the amount of non-residential floor area decreases when redeveloped and housing is added. Next slide. So here's a map of the town center with existing floor area ratios called out. And to put this all in perspective, we want to look at these numbers. There is currently 1.4 million square feet of non-residential uses in the town center. And looking specifically at the areas north of Calveras Boulevard, area 1 on this map, there is currently about 490,000 square feet of retail. If this whole area was to redevelop, that would be a net increase of 323,000 square feet of retail in an area which is seeing a decrease in demand for retail space. So outside of the office parcel behind City Hall, any redevelopment in this area would increase the non-residential uses to max out the density. And even if the office site were to redevelop, it would need to replace 100% of its non-residential use in order to get to 40 dwelling units an acre. Next slide. So a summary of our findings here are, we see non-residential demand is decreasing. Requiring high levels of non-residential puts a heavy burden on properties wanting to build housing. A more typical requirement for mixed use would be an FAR between 0.1 and 0.2 for commercial uses. We also want to acknowledge there are two very different place types in the town center. Redevelopment opportunities for the shopping centers north of Calveras are very different than opportunities for the office buildings on the south side due to the type of buildings, location of specific uses, and the size of the parcels. So through this process moving forward, new zoning could be considered a place-based approach for the town center. And this may include more than one zoning district for the general plan designation. All right, next slide and next again. So, thank you for your time. And we just want to outline the next steps. We are not making any decisions at this point. And the next step is for us to begin engaging the property owners, which will happen this month. And then throughout the fall, we'll work to develop zoning and HOZ alternatives and have a series of outreach events, including community meetings and online surveys to receive feedback. And then our goal is to present the findings and the alternatives to Planning Commission and City Council in January and get direction on a preferred alternative. And from there, we will develop the draft and final zoning and adoption. So thank you for the time, and I'll pass it over to Jay or Ned, whoever wants the mic.
Thank you, Chris. We really appreciate the work that you've done. Sorry, Jay, I didn't mean to step on you. If you had something to say, you've been managing this project, so it's probably better for you to speak. But I think we're primarily, I just wanted to say we're primarily wanted to inform the council that we're working on this project. And if you, based on what you've seen, if you have any feedback or comments, we'd be welcome those ideas.
Yeah, I guess if I may, all I would add is that we received a grant for this project, the LEAP grant. So, you know, we came before you, I think a while back, with the grants and also the project. But this is, you know, finally here, and you know, the purpose of it all is to, as Rimey and Associates mentioned, is to incentivize housing. So right now we're still very, very early in the process. So even the best practices and some of the findings, these are very preliminary. So right now we're just, you know, seeking general direction and your thoughts on what we found. So, you know, you may have seen some best practices and some things in there that, you know, that may have been something that is new or something that we haven't really heard about before. So please don't be alarmed. This is just the very beginning where, you know, we just want to present a lot of different ideas and get some direction from you all. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jay and Ned. We were just receiving this item tonight, also providing feedback and direction as needed by staff. I just want to ask a question about the town center, which is our town center, the center of this town, which means so much to our community, the residents. And, you know, as we look to promote desirable development and redevelopment, I should say, you know, my concern is protecting our sort of commercial footprint over there. And with what's in the general plan today, are any of those commercial sort of existing square footage jeopardized by the general plan's update?
Yeah, if I may, and Director Thomas, feel free to add, but currently with the recent general plan update, 40 dwelling units per acre is allowed in the town center. But I think what we're realizing now that we're a little bit further along and we've done more analysis is that the 40 dwelling units per acre doesn't necessarily need to apply to the entire town center. I think as Chris was mentioning, the shopping center north of Calaveras is very different from the offices to the south. So I think what part of this effort or exercise is to not necessarily put a blanket, you know, requirement, or not requirement, but a blanket allowance, right, for dwelling units per acre, 40 dwelling units per acre throughout the entire town center. But as Chris mentioned, to take a more place-based approach. So it'll be a more of a fine-tuned strategy, you know, kind of using the general guidelines in the general plan. So we don't necessarily need to, you know, try to facilitate redevelopment of the entire town center. I think what we could do is look at certain areas, you know, maybe south of Calaveras or certain sites that we think are appropriate for that and kind of key in on that rather than thinking about, you know, redeveloping the entire town center. So that's not something that I think we would be looking into. You know, I think we're trying to be a little more careful and think about where we could try to incentivize redevelopment. So it may mean, you know, less offices or less maybe retail in very small parts of the town center, but I wouldn't say we'd want to redevelop the entire town center.
Well, of course, that would be horrendous. I think my thoughts are really to, let me ask you this. So the town center zone there that was on the PowerPoint slide, Tell me how much commercial or office square footage exists there today. Okay, that might be a hard
If I
question. You might.
may.
I think.
Please.
We have
Yeah,
that slide.
Yeah, we have that.
Okay, let's get it.
It's on slide 27, and there's 1.3 million square feet of
Okay.
non-residential space there today.
Wonderful. We
And
love
as-
it.
and
We
as-
love it. Yeah. And so we're trying to preserve
Yeah.
that. You know, I don't think I don't think it's you know within my decision making to subtract from that number or not strategically preserve that number. You know, at least with redevelopment on the first or on the ground level. So, you know, that's my concern. I'm kind of traumatized by the TASP, which took away, I think, 50% of this city's industrial zone. So, you know, part of my experience, but I guess I've been around that long. But no, thank you for that information. And that's about it. Other than that, tremendous agenda item. It's going to do wonders for our community, and we'll be able to apply this strategy citywide, really. Superb. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Yes, thank you. Touching on, I guess, redevelopment efforts as an alternative option to redevelopment, but also at the same time as a means to incentivize affordable housing production. Have you considered utilizing adaptive reuse as a way to create new housing opportunities and communities from existing structures?
Adaptive reuse is certainly a possibility. Sometimes there's, the format of large big box retail structures don't necessarily lend themselves to conversion to housing, partly because you have certain life and safety requirements, windows, ventilation, etc., which are more challenging to do in the big box format. But there are certainly some office buildings which have a smaller footprint in the area south of Calaveras that could lend themselves to being adaptively reused.
Yeah, I agree. I think there may be opportunities, with a medical office space in the town center, as well as in certain areas within our specific plans. Of course, not every structure is going to be a viable option. But at the end of the day, having the option to pursue, a project through adaptive reuse would actually allow people to even consider doing something with their properties. So that's something to consider. Overall, I am very supportive of the overlay zones, the opportunity zone. I want to commend staff for receiving the LEAP grant. I think that I wouldn't be surprised if the planning staff received another award for their efforts with HOZ here. I think the HOZ is completely in line with council support for increased expanded access to affordable housing, especially workforce housing. I see it really leveling the playing field, not just with the streamlining efforts, but with new objective development standards that save time, removing barriers and reducing risk. That's a big deal for folks seeking to invest in Milpitas. And lastly, and I guess most importantly, the HOZ addresses fair housing compliance issues and really built on the Milpitas legacy of developing inclusive neighborhoods and overcoming segregation. I think that's something we should all be proud of. So keep up the good work, and I look forward for when this comes back.
Okay, any further comments as we wrap up this evening? Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I know it's very important that we meet our arena numbers. However, I think there is a lawsuit going on in the state with a bunch of cities suing the state in regards to the state mandating all these housing numbers, the housing stock in their cities, and again taking away the local control. So that's something that we're going to see in the future. But what we do need housing. I do see. I get that, but we still need to make sure that we have our commercial properties. It can't be all just housing. We cannot be just a bedroom community. It has to keep a balance, and I think that it has to be a smart. Where we put the housing it has to be a smart area where you have to balance the neighborhoods, you have to balance the retail, manufacturing, all that. It's really important. And that you get feedback from the neighbors, from the residents that there's been some residents that have sued the city. I think, can't remember, I think it's Campbell somewhere over there. But because they built some housing right next to them and really high, the heights were so high that it affected their sunshine. So the shade, they're always in the shade. So those are the little things that it's really important to factor in when you decide where you're going to put housing. So I just want to make those comments. But thank you for the report. It's very in depth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Montano. Any further feedback before we go? Let's go to public comment. Public comment for this item. I wasn't sure if we got that earlier. Item number 19. I don't think I heard your comment, Mr. Montemayor. Please help.
Montemayor, Milpitas. I think this is one of my favorites. Oh yeah, you are extrapolating or simulating from other cities. It's good. May not be very similar because of the area. Milpitas has a limited area, so it's tough. At least I heard availability of vacant lands, but we need. When I say something and you're the caddy, you gave me some. Can we have like World Gourmet? We don't have. That's why we go to World Gourmet. Do we have like? I need an auditorium. People will sing and group, and we have enjoyment there, and more. Have in mind, I'm losing it. But anyway, this is good. At least we need a progress report, and you're doing great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, no further public comment in the chamber. We'll go to the Zoom. Seeing no virtual raised hands, back to the dais. Give it a couple moments here for any requests. I don't see none. That's it for item number 19. Thank you, our planning department and Simran for joining us this evening. Jay, Ned, take care. And we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting before 11. Great job, everybody. Do we have video of, can I request video of this agenda item, but just for the dais, not the presentation? Can I request that?
Sure, we can get you just the clip of the time.
Yeah, just video of the dais from back here in the studio. I think there's some things I want to review. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.